Okay, well, this is Linda Harris, and this is our Zoom meeting, the Anatomically Correct Trim Hoof Research Course and Cooperative. See, I put that name Cooperative in there because this is a co-op. Um, like they down here, they have a co-op where all the farmers come and bring their goods, their grain and all that, and then the co-op takes and mixes it all up and sells it in bags, right? It's a cooperative. And so, what we are with all these people spread out hither and yon is we are a cooperative. And so, when you see these Zooms, a lot of times you may not see very many people on them, but there are other people out there that are come and listen later because sometimes these things can get turn into marathons. So, anyway, okay, so we're gonna start. And the first thing I want to start with is I want to talk to you guys and I want to see if there's any subject or something on your horse you'd like to look at, or a story you'd like to tell, or something going on with your horse, something you'd like to look at. So, anyway, Jessica, do you have anything you'd like to share? Of course, she's making bread, so maybe not. But what about you, Linda or Angeliki? How about you?
Well, the only thing I would say is that, as I mentioned some time before
Uh-huh.
ago, I let my Phyllis hoofs for a long time without trimming it.
Okay.
But I let hoofs being brought up intact.
Yeah.
And I see that the between trims time can be longer if they are brought up with a correct way.
Uh-huh.
And I'm very happy about it because, okay, my horse lives in an open space environment, not very rocky and not very soft ground,
Hmm.
is something in between. And I see that her hooves doesn't need the the treatment that I used to do in Benenitra.
Hmm.
This is the most important thing I came to
Hmm.
understand. Once you got good base on the hoofs, and once you have gained some heels, and the parts of the hoof are on the correct position, then somehow it takes longer to be in need to be trimmed.
Hmm.
This is the only thing I noticed this late time with my horse.
Yeah. We've been seeing that for a number of years. See, I think it's really great this experiment you did because of who you are and where you're at, which is in Greece, which is the cradle of modern civilization, which is the birthplace of the West. We're called the Western civilization. And so, there everything in our culture has to goes back to Greece. And so just how the Greeks used the horses, where they were raised, what kind of feet they had. I mean, we see that. We remember we were talking about the history of hoof care and how it can be seen in the art. And nowhere, maybe except for China, we found out. Okay, but
Yeah,
nowhere is it represented as well as in Greece. And so now where in I need to ask a question. In regards to the type of climate there and things like that, is where is Cyprus compared to Greece? Is it kind of in that area at all?
near.
Near?
Cyprus is, yes,
Okay.
in the Mediterranean Sea. It's
Okay.
a little bit closer to Africa, but the climate is very much like Greek climate.
Okay. So, okay, so I know you've sent me some pictures of your mare's feet. I'd like to look at those, but I'd also like for us to look at something that a gal shared of a horse. She went to trim some minis. I don't really know her, but she shared it, and I have shared this on my Facebook page. And so far she hasn't minded, so I hope she doesn't mind this. But anyway, she was at this place and she showed the foot of a thoroughbred horse that had never been touched that ran with these minis. Is Cyprus an island?
Yes, it is an island.
Okay.
And there are, well, I had some friends and I've spoken to Cyprus people about tact. I don't
Uh-huh.
know if this person have any notion about tact. And yes, they speak Greek too,
Uh-huh.
with some accent, but they
Okay.
speak Greek.
Okay.
And horses they're used for athletic or riding school purposes.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know who this person is, but I had many friends to whom I have talked for long about tact. So I hope the results come from these years of emotion of tact
Hmm. Well,
there, down
this,
there.
yeah, this doesn't. Okay, what
Oh, okay.
this is a horse that self-trimmed its whole life. See?
Mm-hmm.
And so, no, it's not a tact. It's tact in that we know that it's similar to the wild horses here in the United States that can self-trim perfectly. And
Yeah.
so, okay, so I'm going to get on my page here and show this. Oh gosh. I may be slow today because I've got a bit of brain fog going on, but I'll make through it. Let's see here. Where's my page? Okay.
Well, maybe this is better for us because you are such um, a river of information, which
Thank you.
sometimes it's very difficult for us to follow.
Okay. Well,
So take it easy,
okay.
Linda.
All right. Well, thank you. And thank you for saying that. That's a wonderful compliment. Okay, where am I at? Get on the Zoom. I got to talk my way through it. Get on the Zoom. Go over to share. Look up at your Facebook page. Share the Facebook page. Okay, here we are. Here we are. All right, so how did that get on there? Okay, that's not even supposed to be there. Hold on. Okay, I got something on there I don't want on there, so hold on. Somebody shared something on my timeline or something. So hold on, I have to stop share for a minute. Share. Okay, there we go. I only want horse stuff and hoof stuff on my page. I do not want anything else. I do not want, green eggs and ham. None of that stuff. Only horse stuff, only hoof stuff. That's it. Nothing else. But sometimes stuff accidentally winds up on there. Off of your timeline. Okay, so let me go back. Go back to Zoom. Click on Zoom. Go over to share and click on share. And there we go. Okay, share. And there we have it. Okay. All right. I think it's safe now. See, only hoof stuff. Hoof stuff, hoof stuff, hoof stuff, horse stuff. Positive, positive, positive stuff that everybody loves, everybody likes, nothing negative. Uh, yeah, I can't take it anymore. You know, okay, so where is that? Oh gosh, I hope it's still around. It's gonna bum me out if it's not. Hmm. Like if she took it down or something. It was right here. It was right here. Hmm. Let me see. Hold on. I'm gonna stop share for a minute. And go to my page. Doesn't matter because I screen copied it all. So there, because I'll tell you what happens is, okay, so this gal, she don't do tact. And I was just hoping she wasn't going to touch that horse's feet to show, you understand what I'm saying? This horse had fabulous feet. So, okay, so either she has decided not to let me. Oh, nope, she has. Here she go. Okay. So this gal does not do tact. Um, but that's okay and stuff like that. So sometimes I get, well, here's the deal. When we advocate something that other people don't, then a lot of times they'll just come along and block me, whether I've talked to them or not. And then anything that I've shared from their page. So, see, my paranoia was rising for no reason. Okay. And so I've had people block me I don't even know because of the fact that what we believe and teach is completely the opposite of what is taught in barefoot trimming. We don't believe you go as low as you can, that the hairline and the bulbs should be on the ground. Um, and there's anatomical research and historical reasons for this. And we're going to look at one here. And I'm hoping someday maybe I can talk to this gal and maybe share some things with her that will help her be able to develop this kind of foot that she saw. So this was just really such a blessing what she shared. Just a minute. Okay, now I have to talk myself back to what I'm doing. Go to Zoom, go to there, go to share. There we go. All right. There we go. Okay. So, uh, okay. So, this, she called it, she made up this collage and stuff called the untouched hoof. I mean, look at that. That is amazing right there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take let's see, I'm going to save the image and I'm going to turn it around. Um, let it come up. I'm going to turn around. We're going to look at uh, all of the images of this foot. Okay. So what she says is, uh, I had a very unique experience finding occasionally a horse's foot untouched by human intelligence. I love the way she puts that. This is a thoroughbred horse in its teens who has never been shod, neither trimmed by a human. Also never lived in a stable, being out with its mini herd 24/7. So I what we have here between this horse and what Angeliki has is the example of the Greek of the horse that came out of that environment, that climate, and that kind of land that they run in. And so we're going to look at this foot, and then we're going to look at horses. We're going to look at what, which we have before, what Xenophon, am I pronouncing that right? Gosh, I'm horrible. I'm bad enough with Americans, with American names. This is my mother, and I can't remember her name, but so we're gonna look at the Greek horses compared to this on the Parthenon, 250 horses that were carved in, I guess it's marble. Did they carve that in marble that's around the top of there? They had to
Yes,
have.
the
Yeah, it
whole Acropolis and Parthenon is made of marble.
okay. Yeah, I was gonna say it couldn't be sandstone. It would not have weathered. You know what I mean? So they carved it in marble, and this was before, or while, we'll have to look at the dates, but it was before uh Xenophon. Am I saying his name right? Xen Xenophon.
Xenophon, yes.
Xenophon. Okay. It's that X. It's like pronouncing French. They got those silent letters and stuff. Okay. Xenophon, who is a contemporary of Socrates and Plato, and he wrote history. Um, he was a philosopher. He was a soldier. He was a cavalryman. He was a hero. And he was before Alexander the Great, but he was after the Parthenon was already built. And so this was like one of the greatest temples and edifices ever built in Greece to the goddess. It was Athena, right? Was that the goddess they built that temple to? And
Well, it was made for many gods. I
yeah,
mean,
but
we had Athena. Athena was the main god of Athens.
okay. Yeah.
Athens was the city of Athena.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
And
Duh.
there was the goddess Victory
Mm-hmm.
and some other things.
Okay. So this amazing edifice that was dedicated to the god that Athens was named after. See, that just dawned on me. Okay. So around the top, at least 250 horses in different poses doing different things, along with uh, Greek people. And so this is dedicated to that goddess, but it is also a dedication and tribute to the horse itself. And so it stands as a historical landmark to show us what the true foot of the horse is. And so when this gal posted this, like I wasn't sure where Cyprus was, but I had an idea it was over in that direction. And because I've been studying all this stuff for years and trying to understand, well, what is the true foot of the horse? What did the ancients know that has been taken from us that we don't know, the knowledge that has been lost? And so anyway, I'm going to go ahead and read this. She says, am I sharing it? Do you guys see it there? See the foot? Make sure I've got it on there. Okay, she said, I have a very unique experience finding occasionally a horse's foot untouched by human intelligence. This is a thoroughbred horse. So this knocks all that stuff about thoroughbreds having bad feet. Okay. This is a thoroughbred horse in its teens who'd never been shod, neither trimmed by human, also never lived in a stable, being out with its mini herd 24/7. Key things, key things to notice. Let's see what she says. Barefoot thoroughbred exists. She laughs. Ha ha. The bottom surface of the hoof wall is not flat. It has a slight arch, providing flexibility to the hoof and buildup because of hoof mechanism is continually works. The quarter arch, self-trimmed arch, What normally appears on a well-functioning barefoot hooves. Good luck finding those, though. Sorry, I had to add that. Um, that's why there's so many boot companies. That's why I say, what can we learn from this foot that and this foot, it looks so much like the foot that Pete Ramey got in the way it is shaped. Anyway, she goes, wide open heels with a well-developed digital cushion, not any squeezed heels. She would probably mean contracted. Perfect shock absorber. Um, let's see. Straight coronet line. That means it means forces are evenly distributed in the hoof and the hoof wall. The hoof, what I think this is a translation of Greek into English, I think. The hoof, what has overpressure in some areas, will show some up bends or uneven coronet line. She says, no, not any hoof wall higher than the sole level. Amen. Yeah. Especially important on hard grounds where peripheral load must be avoided by all means. Peripheral load, that means forcing horses to walk only on the hoof wall, is what that means. Peripheral load on the hard ground uh, create overwhelming amount of vibrations that destroys the capillary net and transfers those vibrations higher into the joints, increasing risk of laminitis. Anyway, um, so she took wonderful pictures of this foot and teenaged OTTB, never raced, never shod, never trimmed, never lived in a stable. What a wonderful thing. Um, let's see here. And this is the back of the foot. And this is what we're going to look at. We're going to look at the anatomy of this foot. Okay, so I'm going to save this image so we can take a closer look at it. So here she's showing the wide open heels, never shod, never trimmed, self-maintaining its hooves. Okay, so let me see if there's any other picture I need to take. No, pretty much this. Okay, there she's showing a little bit of a quarter arch there. Now, I'm going to show you Pete Ramey's foot. And here's a thing that people need to know. Just because I agree with some things that people are doing doesn't mean I agree with the methods that they have been taught or that they utilize um, that they're doing, just like they wouldn't agree with me either. But yet, I might have something in my anatomy photographs or something like that that they could use that um, they would think they could learn from or would benefit from them. So, anyway, okay. So, so we're going to take a look at this foot here. Just a minute, and I'm going to change the share to here. Okay, so I'm going to flip this around. Now, this is a really interesting. I I am I'm wondering, is this the front foot or rear foot? Is what I'm wondering because she doesn't say. But uh probably a front, who knows, and stuff. So I'm going to show you another foot from the American West that looks just like that. So hold on a second. Go to the Wild Horse Hoof file. Oops. Wait a minute.
Look how big, how huge the lateral cartilages are in the
Yeah,
back.
how much they extend out the back. And
Yes.
she's even got the camera a little bit forward, so if her camera was to come back further, we'd really see some extension.
Linda, you're on mute.
Oh my goodness gracious, how long have I been on mute? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Now,
now we
yes,
can hear you,
for
but you said
Okay.
about
you've been
three,
gone.
4 minutes, we didn't hear you.
Okay, so thank you for letting me know because a lot of times, if I have to cough or something, I'll put it on mute and then I'll forget to put it back on. So, okay, so I don't know how long I've been on mute, but here's the deal. This foot on the right is a foot that was off a wild horse that was found dead in a cattle guard when Pete Ramey in 2005 or 6 went to California, specifically to the Great Basin area or around there's abouts, to look at wild horses. And so they found this mare dead in a cattle guard. She was 3 years old. And so he got the feet off of her and he dissected this foot. We're going to look at some dissections. And, but the thing is, this foot, I'm going to share something with you about what happens when you don't know what's real, when you don't know the truth, and then you are introduced to a subject and an image is put in your head and it's not accurate. And how, when that image is put in your head, you could look at something that is completely different and not see it at all. And that's the case with what's going on in hoof care. We have had a specific image put in our heads. I'm going to tell you the story of how this happens, how it happened to me, and how for from 2006 or 7 thereabout until 2000, well, I'd say 2016. This is the image that was put in my head. So I'd say for a good 10 years, there was a certain, and it wasn't this one, but yet I looked at this one all the time, but yet I didn't see it for what it was. And I'm going to show you how this is a psychological thing that happens to people. Okay. Okay, but right now we're going to look at these 2 feet and see how similar they are. And of course, this horse is living and he's in his teens, and this horse is dead. But do you see the similar pattern of the feet? This is a thoroughbred, and of course, the the place that this horse is running is, I think, much drier than this horse. This horse, it was in the winter, and there's still quite a bit of moisture there, even though it's the high desert. Okay. So I just think that's really interesting, especially when you look at the shape of the back of the foot here. See, now this one's pulled down just a little bit, but another thing, look right here. Look here, this horse. Okay, see, the thing about it is these horses roll their feet constantly when looking for grass. Because he's going to roll over to the right and get that little bit of nubbin over there. And then he may walk a step forward and then he'll see a nubbin over there to the left and he's going to kind of lean over and roll. They don't walk just straight forward. And so the place they wear the least is usually right here on the pillar. But you can see too that this horse definitely had a little bit different toe than this one. So it's just interesting to see the similarities in the shape of the foot. Okay, so let's look at the back of this horse's foot. Okay, so this is where the confusion comes in. Right here. Let's see. Let's open that in paint so I can get in there with paint too. So hold on. Let's see. Open with paint. Probably going to be huge. Yeah, I'm going to have to reduce it. Just a second here, and we will share that. So here we got that, but the climates are similar, and the terrain is enough that these horses can self-trim their whole life and have feet that look like this. So I've seen for a long time that thoroughbreds have good feet, but because of I like what she said, the intelligence, how they weren't trimmed by man's intelligence, meaning man's knowledge, because man's knowledge has been what I would say corrupted since the time of the ancient Greeks. So before we look at the back of this foot and how it's put together, what I'd like to do is look at a few of the Greek reliefs, the Greek friezes that are on the Parthenon that show us historically that the feet that won the West, meaning Western civilization, because after the Parthenon arose within several hundred years, arose Alexander the Great, who conquered the then whole known world. So that by the time of 108 or well AD BC, by the time Christ came, okay, uh, the whole world spoke Greek. Not like, over in America we didn't even know existed yet. Okay, but I mean the whole civilized world. That would be all of the Roman Empire. Everybody spoke Greek. It was the lingua franca, common language of the Roman Empire. Now, most of them were also, as are most people in other countries, but not America, most of them were also bilingual. We go out into the world today, most people, especially in Europe and places like that, they speak two languages. They speak the language of their country, and then they speak English. So English is, in a sense, has become a kind of lingua franca almost. Okay, so, all right, so I'm going to find you some pictures of the Greeks and how they depicted in stone as a testimony that would last for thousands of years, so that now we can look back and we can see, well, what kind of horses did they ride? Because they rode barefoot horses. Shoes were not invented yet, and their horses also had longevity, even their war horses. They did not needlessly shove their war horses into situations where they were going to get killed. Okay, the type of battles they used them for, okay, were very precise. They, if at all possible, they wanted to inflict some real damage on the enemy without inflicting a lot of real damage on their horses. Um, and here's the thing about Bucephalus, which was the horse of Alexander the Great. He lived here. He's a war horse. He took him all the way into his uh, battles and conquering, and that horse lived till like he was 20 years old. That's a long time for a war horse to live. Okay, so let's go to the Greeks. Let's see. And the reason we're doing this is because we want to understand um, our ancestors and the people who rode horses all the time. What were the horses' feet like? How did they keep them? What was the knowledge that they had that kept those horses sound and enabled them to do what they did? Because it's obvious when we look around that there is a real problem with hoof-seated diseases and lameness. Okay, so go to get up here, go to my pictures, and go down to the G's, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, to your Greek stuff. Here it is. Okay. What's really interesting too is recently found some really great stuff on here. We'll start here. Okay. Got to change share. There you are. Okay, share. We're going to see how now all the feet on these horses were the same but different, which I find very interesting because when you finally, just a minute, same but different. And what you find is a lot of them had a little different shape, little different heels. Some of them had notches out of the side, just like they would in real life. And so these are the horses of the Parthenon. And as I said, there are 250 of them. And these are the people that established Western civilization, education, politics, science, you name it. Now, Rome took over what Greece conquered. But when in Rome, there's a saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans. Guess what the Romans were doing? They were trying to be as Greek as you could. It's kind of like okay, like these shows we have, American Idol and The Voice and stuff like that. They have that in every other country. They have their version in every other country, but it came from America because for some reason, America has a lot of things that people want to emulate, which are good, but not all of it's good. Okay, so here we have, now we want to look at the feet. We want to look at the heel on these horses. I mean, my goodness. See that? That's quite different from the image that most of us might be carrying in our head. We're going to see the hairline here, and we're going to see it slope down quite a bit more most of the time. But on the horses, on the Greek Parthenon, you don't see that. And here, let's look at this foot here. Notice this foot. They have it just a little bit different. They have the toe just a little bit like maybe he's self-trimming, but he hasn't really broke his toe off yet, which I find interesting because that's what we see in what we have just looked at too, in the horse that's from Cyprus and the horse that's from the American West. So let me go back to that right here. See, there's a difference in the toe between this and this. And I could show you another wild horse foot that's even slightly different than this. But the thing that is the same is you're going to see that these horses have a lot of heel. And wild horses, if you go to Facebook and you just start going through the wild horse advocacy groups and the wild horse photographers, and you start collecting pictures of their feet, you're going to find that they have high hairlines and a lot of heel. That doesn't mean that you're not ever going to see a horse that has a very steep hairline, maybe a 30 degrees with his bulbs practically on the ground. I mean, because a horse in the wild can wear his heels down, which will pull the hairline down. Okay, so I'll show you this other foot that is, I'll show you some feet that are similar to what we just saw, even more similar to those on the Parthenon. So,
Linda,
yeah.
I've sent you a photo from Alexander the Great sarcophagus. It is held in Turkey.
Okay.
And it is 300 years after the Parthenon hoofs.
Oh, okay. Let's look at that. Yeah. Just a minute here. Go over here. I'm going to take a copy of it so I can enlarge it.
And the most interesting thing is that even the Persian horse has similar hoofs,
Uh-huh.
which is under Alexander. How do you call the horse of Alexander? Bucephalas by Bucephalus.
Bucephalus.
Yes.
Okay. Well, darn it. I copied it and it just did a weird thing. I don't know what that was. Let's see. Let's do a download. See if that works. Let's see. Okay, I finally got it. Just a minute here. Okay, so share right there. You see that, everybody? Okay, so we're gonna enlarge it. So this is 300 years after. So 1 foot that we can really see well is down here. Now you can definitely see this is very much like the foot from Cyprus. See, the toe is just a little bit longer. It hasn't got the strong bevel like you see on the American horse I showed you. You could see that the toes are just a little bit different. And that's because every single horse is not going to be exactly the same, but anatomically, they are the same. But how they wear that hoof capsule, depending, because inside the foot is the same. It might be bigger, it might be smaller, it might be a little wider here and there, but anatomically, these feet are the same inside. And then they grow that hoof capsule as a form of support, stabilization, and protection, and also having the frog that helps the digital cushion work correctly. And so, depending on the horse, depending on the environment, they're going to wear their feet a little differently. And even all the horses in the same environment, you're going to see different variations in the hoof capsule. But there is not a large variation in the foot, the internal foot itself. Um, just like in humans, if there was this immense variation and not a generalization of human anatomy, we would not be able to study human anatomy. A doctor would have to learn way, 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 way too much to try and figure out the human body. You know, if my eyeball is over where my ear should be, because we're so varied, then you could not study anatomy. So this is really, and look at the people, look at the humans. See, the Greeks were realists. So this is really, really amazing. Really amazing.
And if you look, the Persian horse, which is under,
Here,
yes, there, on the front foot, the front leg,
right
he has
here.
exactly the same hoof as
Yeah,
the Greek one.
yes. So this
You
is the
see?
Persian. He's like beating the Persian down, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And this is the Persian horse.
Yeah.
If you go down to his leg, the
Yep.
front leg,
Right here.
yes, he has heels.
Yeah. Absolute. See, and you see, Angeliki and I were looking at different cultures yesterday, and she was finding some really interesting stuff. She was looking at what all were you looking at? You were looking at the medieval, and then at the Egyptians and the horses that the Egyptians. And the point was, we're looking at these horses. They all have heel. They all have a relatively high hairline, and some of them have a hairline that's straight across, and just these big, good feet.
What
Eh,
amazed me most, sorry, Linda,
that's okay.
was the Lascaux paintings, which were prehistorical.
Oh, the
You know,
ones on the
the
caves,
wall
yes.
paints of the cave in France, which
Yeah,
was millions of years ago.
yeah.
It was the first painting we found.
Hmm.
And the horses had heels there too.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. This no heels is a modern construct. If and people say, what do you mean no heels? Well, let's just say low heels then. Let's say uh low hairline from top to back. Okay. This is a modern construct that started in the 1700s with uh Latin Gulian Lafosse, ferried to the King of France, and uh, he came up with this idea that we should trim the heels out of the horse and make him walk on a frog because then he won't slip on the pavement. And of course, that didn't work. In fact, the horses he did it to all went lame. So then they thought, well, maybe we're just doing it too fast. We'll do it really slow. Well, then what you have is a gradual hoof distortion that takes place that starts binding and stabilizing the foot every time you lower the heels. And so it holds the foot together, and the horse adapts and adapts and adapts and adapts. But there comes a time when he can't adapt no more. And then you have any number of hoof related ailments and diseases and situations where the horse is sore, unable to perform, things like that. It is exactly like Chinese foot binding. With every trim, you're just doing just a little bit to alter that capsule because of an image that may have been put in your head of a foot with a 30-degree hairline. And you were told it was natural. It was a natural foot. And so you've never seen what the true foot should be like. And so somebody comes along and they say, well, I did all this research and this is a true natural foot, and this is how nature intended. And they show you an image for the first time, and then that picture gets put in your head, and that's what you see. And then, even if you see a correct foot, you're either going to think it's wrong, its heels are too high, or you're just not even going to see it. See, and that's basically what happened to me. Uh I had a correct foot in front of me with heels that we're showing throughout history was the correct thing. But then I also had this other image put in my head. So now I was going to show you another image of wild horse feet that is different than the image that has been put in our minds through the natural hoof care movement. And so when we learn things, we ought to be able to change. If something isn't working, then maybe we're doing something wrong. We ought to be able to change. And it's obvious that something's wrong. Something's wrong. Now, I tried to put that foot on my horse for 10 years. I'm going to show you what that foot is here in a minute. And I'm not bringing up names. I'm not criticizing people. I'm just saying that sometimes we as humans make mistakes. And I believe that the image and the ideal that has been put in our minds is not uh, correct. And I'm going to show you why I believe it's not correct. Because if we're going to trim our horses and we're going to put on them the feet they meant to have, we need to know, what is that foot? What is it really? And so historically, I have found that all these horses had heels up until the 1700s, up until 1754, when a guy named Goulian Lafosse over in France put out a little book called A New Way to Shoe. And so the master farriers of France refuted it. But, this guy had connections. And then the elites opened up their vet schools and they adopted that method. And here's the way it is. Once somebody creates something, they sell. And they come along and they say, this is the way it is, and stuff like that. And see, we buy hoof care, even if we are trimming ourselves, we're buying somebody's knowledge and somebody's method. And so we just need to inspect and research and see where these methods came from. Why is it that all throughout history for thousands of years horses had heels and high hairlines, and now all of a sudden in 1754 on down they don't, and we have all of these lameness problems. So this is what we are looking at here. Look, how important is a war horse? I'd say it's more important to choose a war horse than a barrel horse or a cutting horse or a pleasure horse or something like that, because the war horse your life depends on, see? So anyway, yeah, so let's look at a few more photos. Just a second. A few more photos of the Greek, and then we're going to go back and look at, just a minute here. Where am I at? Okay, here are those feet again. Again, the American West, more towards the West Coast, Great Basin, that area in California, over here on the right, and Cyprus, the island of Cyprus. Teenage thoroughbred that had never been trimmed, never had to live in a stall. Um, and this is how he wore his own foot. And this is so similar to all the horses on the Parthenon that conquered. It took them 10 years. Alexander the Great, he left Macedonia, left Greece, and then they went on what would you call it? Well, they went on a crusade, kind of, to conquer, to conquer all the lands and spread the Greek knowledge and the Greek language and everything like that. He conquered Egypt, for crying out loud. And then he endeavored to conquer. Did he conquer Persia? I don't know. Well, but he conquered Egypt. He tried to conquer India, and I think that didn't work so well. But he pretty much conquered everything. And then he died, and then it was split up between his four generals, and then Rome arose, and then they took over everything. And so we're going to look at some more pictures here. Historical pictures of what the foot should be like. What kind of war horses did they ride? They didn't have shoes. We have to remember that.
Linda,
Yeah.
because before you go out from this photo, I want to say something.
Okay.
On the right photo, you see a little depth that the foot is doing on the wall.
Right here or right here
Yes,
or
there.
right in here.
This one, I had it in all my horses during the change of their cartilages and
Mm-hmm.
when they spread their heels.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay.
Yes, I don't know how this happened, but I had it in all my three horses.
Huh. Well, that's really interesting. Well, there's got to be patterns that we would see, you know, uh, was it a certain time of year?
No, no, no. It was when I began to spread the heels and to shape correctly the frog.
Okay.
The wall took this small turn
Okay.
exactly at that same spot.
Okay. That's
To
interesting.
mention, now that I see it, I remembered.
Okay. Yeah, we get to know these feet kind of like the back of our hands after we trim them. And plus, what we've been doing is documenting everything for years. Like, how long have you been doing this?
What, tact?
Yeah,
17 years.
yeah, see? So right along with me, right next to me, the whole
Yes,
time, both of us. And
yeah.
so, and pictures and observations, you're not just trimming a horse and leaving. You're then living with that animal and observing what it's going through. See, and this is the way us women are. I'm sure men can be like this too, but we notice the littlest hair out of place. You know, anything that says danger, danger, because
And when you are in the middle of a change and this happens again and again, there is a
Mhm.
pattern.
Yes,
So when the cartilage is expanded, I had this small dip in that area.
huh? See, that's interesting. Yeah, and I've seen my cartilages expand and do a number of those same types of patterns. Okay, so now I'm going to go to, hold on here, go to Zoom, go to share, get back on those Greeks. Okay, so there's that foot. So we're going to go there. Okay, so I have just lots of pictures. Okay, so what now this is in the British Museum, I think. It's not in Greece, right? I'm waiting for our Greek friend. Angeliki. Hello.
If it is in the British Museum, I don't know. It should be a copy of the Parthenon. How do you call it? The roof.
Yeah, it goes around the roof. I guess we need to look at a picture of the Parthenon itself.
Sorry, I don't know the English words about
Let's
the
see.
part.
Okay, let's go back. Okay, so this is the real deal here. So, uh, in Athens, so what they have in the British Museum then must be, look at that. That's amazing. See, 250 horses around the top of that goes to show you this is a tribute to the horse and a tribute to the horse and what they knew that horse was doing for them. See, so all of these horses have heel. All of these horses have a high hairline. All of these horses today, uh, well, there was a time if I would have got a hold one and trimmed one, I'd have probably trimmed his heels way too low. I can tell you that because I did it to my own horse. Okay. I'll show you an example here in a minute. So, these are all examples of the horses up there. And once in a while, you'll find, okay, look at this hoof here. This is more like the two hooves we're looking at. But they all don't, but this is like a minimum of heel that they would have. Most of them have way more heel. Well, if we look over here, see, this is what is so cool about these horses up there. All the feet are just slightly different, different variations. It wasn't that they just made them exactly the same. It'd be like making all the people look exactly the same. Okay. So see, this foot has more heel. You can tell this foot has more heel even when it's over pixelated. And this foot here, I do believe that's a front foot of a horse in back. And so they made the front feet even different than the back feet, just like they are in real life. And so let's look at this. Just look at the hairline of this front foot. Look at the massive amount of heel. And then the foot behind it, it's hard to tell, but the quarters are broken out, which, okay, we know that stuff's chipped around up here, but they literally made the feet like that on purpose as well. Just like in real life, how the hoof capsules are going to go through different things for these horses. And so we see here that, and this part here was not like chipped away like that. Okay, this is the way that this particular foot was designed, and it's even different than this foot right here. Yet they're all the same but different. See, we should study the people as well. How
Once
they
you go to the comparison, I've sent you a photo of today's Greek breed horse to see his hoofs.
okay, I'll go.
Just to know, to have an idea
Yeah,
how Greek breed, it is
okay.
the same breed as Bucephalus.
Yep. Okay.
Just,
So you
yeah.
see here that they have very high hairlines and very high heels. They're very upright feet. And you could say, well, we've bred our horses different. No, we haven't. We've trimmed them different. And another thing that happens in different climates, the feet will not develop quite like this. They're the same feet, but the capsule will not develop the same. Like the capsule we see on the horse in the West and the horse in Cyprus and the horse in Greece and like Angelique's, her mares is going to be different than in England. And so, and we have an example of all the feet in England as well, through Bracy Clark. Bracy Clark had one, he only saw one horse his whole life that was allowed to its feet to grow naturally, if you want to call it that, until it was 5 years old. That horse's feet were distorted. Okay, I will show you that. But it gave him an idea of maybe what a natural foot was. Natural meaning that human hands had not touched it. It developed on its own because he wanted to know what the foot of the horse was truly like. Because by the time he came along, Julian Lafasse's doctrine of lower the heels for frog pressure because we don't want our horses slipping on the pavement had become the rage, just like docking their ears and docking their tails. Okay. And so that had become the rage. And so by the time Bracy Clark was around, that was a fully established doctrine, and the horses were going lame. Their lives were about a third of as long as they should have been. He documents all of this in his book, Hippodynamia, from 1829. So Lafasse's doctrine came along in 1754, went into the vet schools, and Bracy Clark practiced it. And then, but he was looking for answers. Why are these horses getting contracted heels? Why is all this bad stuff happening? Why are horses going lame? And then he found out, and he believed that it was Lafasse's doctrine of low heel frog pressure to make it so horses would not slip on the pavement that started this atrocity. And of course, we have that today, you know. And so what we're looking at uh our ancestors. What were the feet of the horses of our ancestors like? See, what allowed them to have what allowed Alexander the Great to conquer the then known civilized world? And so that is the horses that had these feet. And what we're saying, and what I have proved by dissections and trimming and everything for the last 18 years, was that the image that was originally put in my head is not true to the horse, that it's a form of distortion that we are developing. So here, let's look at this. This is a different part of the Parthenon horses. Now we can see the toe is broke out there, but my goodness, look at the hairline, how high it is. Look at how much heel they have. Why is that? Here, I'm going to show you a picture of an internal foot. Hold on here. What's on the inside of there? See, that it's what's on the inside that counts, that determines what the outside should look like. So let's look at a internal picture here. Just a second here. So I will go find one. Wish I could get rid of this little thing here. Okay, pictures, internal foot, inner foot. There we go. Okay, let's see. Okay, well, just a second. Now this is a foot. Now there's a gal that has done a lot of anatomy. Her name is Paige Poss. Again, just because I'm using this according to fair use doctrine, which is for, we make no money off of this. So this is for fair use doctrine for educational or criticism purposes. And so that's why I'm showing, but she has a lot of great anatomy posters, pictures, things like that. Doesn't mean I agree with the way people think about the feet, because I have learned that just because you dissect and do feet doesn't mean that you're seeing the truth of what's really going on, because the internal foot can be deformed, and then when they remove the capsule, they don't know the foot is deformed, and so then they make their interpretation and their understanding based on a deformed foot that they do not know is deformed. Because when you lower the capsule, when you lower the heels, it changes the internal foot's shape, pulls it into that shape. So let's look at this foot. Compare it to what we're seeing in these Greek feet. Okay. Okay. So look at the extended cartilages, look at the high. Now, see, it would be even more so if the camera was down. You would see even more definition to this heel. Let me find the annotate. Just a minute here. Do blue. Okay, so you remember this shape and this form. So here is the coronary band. Now again, if the camera was in a different location, we'd see the coronary band more up like this, like that. So here's the coronary band. Here's the back nubbin that the hoof heel buttress grows from. Okay, heel buttress grows from here, like this. Hooks connects to the heel. Look how much heel this horse has, right here. Here's where it goes that way. This is a very upright foot, very correct foot, something that you hardly ever see. Usually the internal foot has been deformed and pulled into the distortion of the capsule. And so we can see from this modern day foot here that, let's do this, that this hairline is not a 30-degree hairline. You don't see this hairline going from up here clear down to here. This is the shape of the feet that we are seeing. Well, guess what? Because the back of this foot is all cartilage, you can keep trimming the heels down to force a 30-degree hairline on it. And this heel here that's cartilage, it will crush up into the foot. You are literally crushing the heels of the foot. Now, let me undo some of this here. Now, can you see this coronary band from which the capsule grows? And can you see the definition of the heel? That this is similar or same. It's similar or same to what we're seeing in the Greek feet. And again, people don't remove hoof capsules. So not very often. People don't remove hoof capsules very often. And so uh, they don't realize a lot of times what's really under here. A lot of times it's looked at as just a capsule with parts in it, you know. And one thing that has not been studied enough right here is these collateral cartilages. What is their true shape? What is their precise position? Because, you know, cartilage can't just be moved around and put wherever you want it. And I always give this example, your nose. Technically, you're plain as a nose on your face, people. Your nose is composed of the same things this foot is composed of, minus tendon, all right, stuff like that. But it's composed of, it's got adipose tissue, that's your digital cushion. It's got cartilage, that's your lateral cartilages. It's got bone, that's your coffin bone. And so your nose is a specific shape and form. Well, so is their foot. The difference is your nose is not used to walk on, thank goodness. And so your nose retains its perfect form and shape and placement right in the center of your face. Well, the horse's foot can only retain its shape with the correct fitting hoof capsule. And so naturally it grows that hoof capsule from its foot that is perfect when it starts out. But then depending on the environment or if humans get a hold of it, that hoof capsule can be formed into different things. And because of that, it will pull this cartilage. It can crush the heel up. It can pull the cartilage way back. It can take this cartilage like this and it can bend it clear like this so that your foot that should be this long from here to here winds up being this long from here to here. Okay, so let me undo this here. Okay. Okay, so that's an example of the foot that is inside these Greek horses. And this is a modern foot, an undistorted, undeformed foot off of a domesticated current horse. Okay?
Sorry, can you please design with another color the capsule so we keep it
Yeah,
in mind?
yes.
The capsule of this hoof, so
Okay,
everybody can keep it in their minds.
okay, okay. Let's see here.
Thank you.
Okay, so we use another color. And, well, let's use brown. I guess that might work. Let's see. Make that bigger. Okay, so the hoof capsule is going to grow right here. This is the dorsal wall right here. And the heel buttress starts right here. And it grows down right here. Now, the heel buttress fits underneath here. See, it's like a pillar holding up the back of the foot. And it connects to the back of the heel right here. It grows down to the end of the heel, and then it connects with the sole right here. And then the sole and the wall grow down together right there. And in front, it's similar. Here's your wall in front, connects to the front of the foot, to the front of the foot right here. When it reaches right here, it gets injected, the lamina of the hoof capsule gets injected with a yellow biological type rubber glue that connects it to the sole. And then the sole and the wall grow down to the ground together right there. And that's where you have your white line, which is right here. And then under here would be your sole. You're also going to have the same thing. White line right here. No, wait, that's wrong. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me undo that. Okay, right here is where the white line starts, which is really yellow. And I think the reason they call it the white line is because the very white part of the inner lamina of the hoof capsule is white. Okay, but then when the sole corium injects this yellow rubber glue into that lamina, it binds the sole to this wall. And so let me get this here. Okay, so now this wall, let's put this part up here. This is the hairline. But the thing I want you to know is the foot does not start here and go down. The foot is all this up here too, all this cartilage. This is your horse's foot. This is the whole foot right here. And so then, of course, here, I'm going to put this here. This would be like the bottom of the wall around the sides here. And so this area here is called the coronary band groove of the hoof capsule. And it is shaped like this right here, what you see right here, until it gets back to here. And then the buttress actually grows from underneath this little nubbin here. We could call it a butt. It's the butt of the foot. Okay, so this is the coronary band groove of the hoof capsule. It's rounded. And then the way it fits. Okay, so the horn tubule, the outer horn tubule, starts here and it grows down. The inner part of the wall, which is the lamina, connects to this part of the foot. And so it grows down, and look how it has to be in alignment like this. See, many horn tubules, of course, many horn tubules, but I'm just doing this as an example of what it's supposed to be like. And then, of course, the sole is all right here. The sole actually lifts up. Let me undo this here. Just a second. The sole actually, let's see. There we go. The sole actually, it doesn't start growing from the very bottom of the foot. It actually starts growing from right about there. Okay. And so then it grows down. There's a convex ridge of sole around the lip of that foot that grows. And so the wall grows down, connects to the sole right there, and it's supposed to be married for life. And then the wall and the sole grow down to the ground together, and the wall is harder than the sole, and so the wall helps support the sole, and then they help share and bear weight together. See, and so this keeps the whole thing in weight-bearing equilibrium. The capsule is a shoe. And so if any of this grows out of bounds, it creates leverages on the foot and it can deform the foot. If the heels get very long to where the weight is on the back of the foot, then what can happen is this wall here, let's make it a different color. I'll make it orange. Okay, so say this is your heel and it just keeps growing and growing and growing down. Well, then the weight will cause the back of the foot to fall back and then the capsule will shove forward like this. This is how you wind up getting run forward heels. And also, but this can also happen when you over trim the heel, and that will force the back of the foot down into a place that it doesn't want to be. No more than if I take my finger and shove my nose over to the side of my face, does my nose want to be on the side of my face? It's the same thing with the foot. This foot, if you look at this foot, it is a specific shape. The heel up here and the cartilage has a specific position. And the only thing that helps it retain its shape, because it is cartilage, and then between it is the digital cushion and the heels are cartilage, the only thing that helps it retain its position and its shape and its form so that it functions correctly is the way the heels are configured and attached to and grown on the back of the foot. That's it. Once that's disrupted, it begins a process of whether they get too long and the foot collapses back, or whether you just cut them too short and you have forced the back of the foot down. So, anyway,
Linda, can you
yeah,
please design the exterior of the lateral cartilages
yeah,
and why it is so important to be back and up?
okay, we
Thank you.
can do that. Okay, so this is basically all the lateral cartilage here. All right, that's its position. But it actually runs under here too and into the heel in here. So I'm going to show you a picture on it. I'll show you some cartilages where you can see exactly what it is. So this is the shape of the foot. Here's your heel. I mean, this is the whole foot here. Right there. And so it has a specific shape. That doesn't mean there might be slight variations, things like that, but it's just like our hands are very similar, are they not? Our feet are very similar. Our noses, though they all look different, they're still a nose. It's anatomical. See? So, is that what you meant? Is that what you wanted me to show there? See how this is up here? So look at this. I want you to look at this here. Um, here's your heel buttress that's growing right here, holding this up in a specific location. Now, what if I just decide to come in and let me look for a good color. What if I just decide that I think the heel needs to be here and I'm going to cut that out right there because I've been led to believe that the hairline should not be up here, but that the hairline should be down here. See? So I would cut this chunk off to lower that hairline. And what does that do? That forces the foot down and back into a position it was never meant to be in. But the horse adapts. How does the horse adapt? Well, the horse will a lot of times pull his foot up anyway. And when he does, it will take this wall and it will literally pull it around behind and curl it in. And then it will look like a horse screw heel. But what's going on there is that instead of this being the heel right here, you've trimmed all that out. Now this is wrapped around the back of the foot. Now the side wall in front here becomes the heel, and this cartilage gets curled in like this. And you don't know that this even happened. We've documented this. Let's see. I'll show you real quick here because I wanted to look at some more cartilage anyway. Okay, I'm gonna close that and let's see, screen sharing has stopped. Okay, I'll be right back. Just let me grab this photo.
So in this way, I have the Zoom to recommend to everybody who doesn't know how to proceed on his stream. And with
Yeah.
this 10 minutes explanation, everybody can understand
Oh,
what we're talking about, especially new members.
yeah, good. That's awesome. Okay.
Thank you, Linda.
Oh, well, thank you for asking. You know, I need all the help I can get here. Okay, so I'm going to show you this foot. And again, things have to be explained because it's so easy to misunderstand what is going on. Let's see. Okay, where are you there? Zoom, there you are. Okay. Okay, so we just got done looking at that foot with a lot of cartilage. And so we might look at this foot and think, now, this foot does have, this is a rear foot. I believe, though I don't know for sure, that the foot we were just looking at is a front foot. And when we looked at the Greek friezes, the carvings in the marble, you could see that many times the front feet had way more heel and quite a substantial higher hairline than some of the rear feet. And so I think that that foot we just looked at is a front foot. But this, I know for a fact, was a rear foot. And something you need to know is that, so here's the foot. And the thing I want you to see, look, this is the skin on the leg. And this, look at how it's the same color, except for just this light pigmentation here. It is the same color as the skin on the leg. That is because the foot is covered with skin. This is the thing that I just wound up by accident really perfecting, which was to be able to remove the whole hoof capsule like a shoe, and then to treat these feet in such a way that you could get all the blood out of them, and then you have a foot that looks like this. And so I was doing this, and also I dried out some feet after I did this, and I noticed some of them look like leather, some of them look like rawhide, and I got to thinking, okay, they call it dermis, they call it corium, so you're not thinking skin, not really, all right, and stuff. But then I got to thinking, well, it's the same color. When it dries, it looks the same. Some of them look leatherish, some of them look like rawhide. It's just skin. That's all. And so, therefore, if it's just skin, it is a part of the largest organ on the horse. You think of your skin as a covering, it's also a container, right? So we can't just think of the hoof capsule as the only container. We have to realize that this horse has a whole foot in there, and we need to take that into consideration when we are interpreting what is going on in that hoof capsule and how this hoof capsule is supposed to look, how it's supposed to grow, things like that. So again, the top of this foot, the cartilages, is part of the whole foot. And so a lot of times what happens too, we're just slicing and dicing and not taking the hoof capsule off. And that can lead to a wrong understanding, a misinterpretation of what we're actually seeing. We have to take this whole foot into consideration. So here a couple years ago, I was doing a video on this dissection of this foot that I had done. And one thing I want you to know is when you remove the hoof capsule, the back of the foot falls down a lot of times. In other words, it's because it's cartilage and fat, and the the capsule, the heel buttresses, the frog and the sole, and the whole back of the capsule is what supports it up where it's supposed to be. See? And so when you take the capsule off, the back falls down. Therefore, because of that, if you didn't know that these horses had a higher hairline, and you didn't understand some of this stuff, you might look at this foot and go, see there, it's got a 30-degree hairline and the bulbs are on the ground. No, with the capsule on, it wasn't. But I want you to notice something that, and this is the fact, which I will show you, and that is that horses that have a 30-degree hairline with bulbs on the ground, they rarely have hardly any sole or frog in the back of the foot. See, because we've looked at these pictures that look like that. I mean, you see that? How that goes down to the ground. Oh, look, the bulbs are on the ground. See, looks just like your typical barefoot type of deal. Um, well, this is not how this foot was in the capsule. It was fully supported with about an inch of sole under the whole bottom of the foot, an inch of uniform sole. I mean, the capsule's back here, but you can't see it. But I got other pictures that show you that it was about an inch off the ground. Nice thick frog, big, nice good heels, inch of sole. You know, we're always talking about sole, how the horse has no sole, and we're always wanting sole and blah, blah, blah. Well, that's what this horse had. He had sole under here. But to have that, his foot had to be supported correctly with the heel buttress, lifting this part of the foot up in the air, attaching to the heel, growing beyond it, connecting to the sole, and then producing at least 3/4 of an inch to an inch of uniform sole thickness. Okay, so I thought when I was doing that day, I thought it's skin. This has just been kind of coming and dawning on me for a while. And I thought, well, if it's skin, then I can skin it. Okay, now when you see dissections, a lot of times what they'll do is, like I saw one the other day, and they had taken the skin off the leg and they were showing how all the tendons work. They laid it completely open and they showed how all the tendons and everything worked like that. Okay. And so you can skin it. And if I took the skin off the leg, it would turn it then, well, where do we get leather? See, they skin cattle, they skin different animals, then they tan it, as they call it. And then they make leather, and then they take that leather and they make shoes. Okay. So I have before and have pictures. Well, look down here. This is the same foot, skinned. Okay, look it up here. Up here, this is above the hairline here. That is this part up here. So I skinned that foot, and this is what that looks like. But I had never skinned this part of the foot because technically we don't think about it as skin. We think, well, dermis, corium, it grows the hoof capsule. We don't think of it as the largest part of the horse, the largest organ, as a part of the largest organ, which is the skin. So I thought to myself, well, if it's skin, if it's really skin, then I can skin it just like I do the leg. And so I made a big long video about it too. And so I did. I started skinning it. And sure enough, it was difficult. It is difficult to get the skin off of this part. Okay. Especially off of the coffin bone and stuff. Like usually they like boil it off or, to make the bone white and all that. Okay, so I was able to skin the whole thing. And when I was done, this is what I had right here. Now, here's your lateral cartilage. This is your heel. So now you know that your heel is cartilage. Well, plus it had corium on it. And so we could look at this and we go, oh, look, it's a ground parallel coffin bone. No, it wasn't. Okay. Because another thing I found out in doing these type of dissections was that the corium that goes under here, right here, that is like a Dr. Shell's Dr. Scholl's gel pad actually gets thicker as it goes towards the back of the foot so that it elevates the coffin bone in the foot. Let me do this here. Okay, so the corium is thicker. Now again, the foot is fallen because it's not supported. Okay, but the corium would be thicker like so, and then get thinner as it went towards the foot. So this corium thicker in the back actually makes the coffin bone stand up at a positive angle within the foot itself. So there is, you cannot look, I just want you to think about this. So there's been this debate. Oh, is the coffin bone ground parallel or at a positive palmar angle? So there's been a debate for a long time. And uh, here's the thing. You cannot take this bone out of the foot. See, we got a whole foot on that thing covered with skin. And under here is a thick corium. And I know for a fact that it gets thicker in the back. I've done enough dissections and cut them up to where I've seen it. And I have pictures of it. It's thicker back here, just as if you had a pair of shoe inserts that really gave you cushioning in the heel. Okay, so it's thicker, and you see I've taken it off because I took that off over here. And so uh, you can't just throw it on a table like that and then say, oh, look there. Not only is the coffin bone ground parallel, look, it still didn't even want to set down totally because it's still got a little bit of that corium underneath it right here. See the space? Okay. If I were to take all that off, it would sit perfectly flat. And so you cannot look at the logic behind this. You cannot just take that bone out of all the other tissues that it's connected to, boil it up, make it nice and white and pretty, throw it on a table, and then say, see there, the coffin bone is ground parallel. But I'm going to tell you what else they get from that. Just a minute here. Let me do an annotate. They don't only get the false teaching, false understanding, incorrect interpretation that the coffin bone is ground parallel and sits flat. They also get this from it. I'll show you here. What they'll do is they'll take and they'll draw a line from here to here, from here to here, and they'll say not only is the coffin bone ground parallel, but the hairline should be 30 degrees. That's how they get that. They have taken bones out of the foot, taken all the tissues off of them, thrown them on a table, and then they say, okay, well, the dorsal wall should be this. It should be ground parallel here. And then that's what your foot should look like right there. Well, no, that isn't what your foot looks like. Look up here. Well, we get up here. Oh, it quit on me. Hold on. This would be your hairline up here. But guess what? This is composed of cartilage and fat. This heel can be literally, this is your heel. Now, if this foot was supported with the capsule and back in the capsule, it would lift the back of the foot up and it would take this heel that looks like it's crushed forward and it would make it like this. It would support it. Because again, it's all soft cartilage and fat up here. Look down here. And so when I set it down on the table, plus the back of the foot is back, the pastern and is back, so it's putting weight on the back of the foot, making the bulbs set on the table like that. And so when you keep trimming those heels down, trying to get this 30-degree hairline here, okay, this heel that's like this because it's cartilage starts going like this, a little bit at a time. Because when you take this down where the horn tubule should have been like that, and you trim the heels down, you change all the angle of those horn tubules. You pull the back of the foot down, and the horn tubule that was like this is now like that. And so it's pushing on this heel, it's pulling the cartilage down, and eventually it starts pushing this heel up into the foot to where it crushes it. And it's flat like that. And you actually have the horse walking on its bulbs, and you have crushed the heel right up into the foot. So it's the way the foot behaves. And again, the skin here is a container. I'll show you here in a minute here. We'll look at some more. So what I found, this answered so many questions for me about the cartilages and looking at the cartilages, this part right here on these horses, how some don't seem to have any cartilage at all, and others are extended way far out like this. And what it is, it's because the heels worn out, a horse will do it to himself if he wears the heels out. But if you gradually, constantly trim them out, it will also deform the back of this foot, and it will start pulling it down, 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 and it will literally curl it in. What you'll find with these heels is not only can the hairline be pulled down like this, but the back of the foot, let me draw it here for you. Just a minute. I'm going to clear that. What happens is the the sidewall literally gets pulled around behind the foot, and the heel buttresses literally start curling in like a scroll. And all of this is disguised by the adaptation of the hoof capsule to try and stay on the foot. And so periopal starts growing all over everything and disguising everything. And what you wind up with is a foot, every time you trim is just a little bit different version of what you originally started with, so that you never know what happens, because nobody ever took as many pictures as we have intact, being obsessive compulsive about photo taking. Before, after, during trim, 18 years worth. Okay, so what you see here is how I skinned the foot, and this is what I got. Then I took the foot out of the capsule. I took the short pastern bone out. The navicular bone is still in there. And I also took out half of the digital cushion. But what I want you to see here is these cartilages are curved in general. And so it is natural for them, when the heels being pulled down and forced down, for them to want to curl around and behind. And this is what leads to contracted heels. But that's another can of worms. uh, it doesn't always lead to contracted heels. It can actually just kind of, the heels can just kind of, false heels develop and just kind of move forward, or they can go real wide. So they can contract, they can go relatively the same width and forward, or they can go wide. And so you got to learn to recognize these three differences. Okay. So, and this is what I show here. A horse's foot can be reduced to this size right here. I have proof of that. I'll show you. Let's see here. Show you a really good example. And the first time I saw it, I had no idea about any of this stuff the first time I saw it. You know, I was like, I'd never seen a foot like that. I had no idea. So here we go. Let's share. Okay, so this happened a number of years ago, like 2017, when I was helping Anna from Sweden, and her horse had been trimmed where they're constantly taking the heels down. But then she got the horse and didn't know you were supposed to keep constantly taking the heels down. And in this horse, his dorsal wall fully held on. Sometimes the dorsal wall will not hold on and it will start moving out this way, like that. And you don't even know any of the back will be bound in, but the dorsal wall will move out this way and it almost looks like a normal foot, but it's not. And so uh, what happened was she let the heels keep growing instead of continually take them down, take them down, take them down. And so then the foot began to look like this, which is really odd, right? And so that's when I was growing heel. And what we wound up doing was she started trimming the frog and releasing the back of the foot. And then the hoof capsule grew in and expanded to this here. Put this up here. And then this was later. And uh, at this time, of course, the back of the foot is still down, but it's still bigger than here. The cartilages are expanding. And I did a markup to show her what should happen in the future right there. So this is, see, we have documented. It's not just me. It's many people that have helped me and followed this journey with me, gone through the same journey that I've gone through, have been into, different kinds of hoof care, and things weren't working out, and their horse's feet started having problems. Well, looking for an answer, being obsessive compulsive and everything, this stuff just started showing up. These are patterns that started showing up. This is never anything that any of us ever meant to find or ever dreamed was going on. See, um, but we have seen it time and time and time and time again. We have seen it, we have documented, we have seen the patterns of this type of hoof distortion. And we have seen historically where horses in the great cavalries and the great armies and the great civilizations had a lot of heel, way more than what we have all been led to believe since 1754 with Julian Lafosse. And so the people that started the natural hoof care movement, of course, they were highly influenced by a lot of these teachings that came out of Europe that have been in farriery and in the vet schools for a very long time. Okay, so, but what we're coming along is saying this is not correct. We've all been misled uh, and we've all misunderstood what is really going on with these feet. And it's real easy to do because these horses make false heels and look like they have high heels when actually the heels are trimmed out. If that isn't that crazy, yeah. So, okay, but how do we get back to the truth? We go back in history and we start looking at our ancestors, and we come forth, and the wild horse attests to the fact that horses have heels. Very few have totally worn out heels and 30-degree hairlines. Very, very few, comparatively speaking. Okay, so let's see here. Let me close
Linda,
this.
I'm
Yeah,
very glad that we went through this now because now there is no mixing or how to find tact theory.
yeah, yeah. Well,
Today you made it all clear. So I'm very happy about today's Zoom.
oh, good, good. Well, thanks for encouraging it and sending me off in the right direction. Because, I can get kind of out there sometimes. So, yeah. Well, this is great. And that conversation we had yesterday really put me on a right track too, that this is something we really need to emphasize, you know, is the history. And so I want to show some more pictures of that. I want to show some more pictures of the cartilage, because here's the thing. In order to get the correct foot on our horse, we have to know what the correct foot is, and we have to have the right image in our head. Now, before we go on, I want to show you something here. Let's see. I'm trying to pin. Oh, okay. There. You see that there? Okay. Now I want to show you something. I want to show you this right here. So I started trimming my own horse in 2006, I believe. Um, and then at some point, a year or so after that, I started a YouTube channel on a lark. I just heard of YouTube. Well, my first channel, I had some stuff of my dogs. And then I lost, I still can't get into that channel. I have no idea what email I used or anything, but I got my dog Queenie on there. And so then I thought, hey, I'm learning this trimming stuff. This would be fun. Oh, hey, be on TV. I'll start sharing what I'm learning about my trimming and this stuff. And so when I first started, I got this notebook here. Now it didn't have this picture in it at the time. It was blank. I didn't have a picture in it, okay? And so when I first started, I put this on this page because, well, let me tell you the story about it. So we go back here to where I first started, was right here. Hope for Soundness with Gene Ovenick. And the reason I started with him, because I never heard of anybody else. I didn't know anything about Pete Ramey or anybody anywhere, anytime. But I had heard about Gene in 1996 from a guy named by the name of Rich Clark, who was a farrier. And Rich Clark rode with and was trained by Gene. And Gene studied wild horse feet up in Montana and Wyoming in 1980, 6 and 87. And he took many photos, and he came up. He at first he did try to go barefoot, but it just wasn't really a lot of it just wasn't working out as well. So he also developed a shoeing method called natural balance, and he has a business and an organization called ELPO, Equine Lameness Prevention Organization. And so I was introduced to him in 1996. And then I didn't think of him till 10 years later, 2006. Okay. And that was when I had my colt, Valor, and he's about 2 years old, and he'd been being trimmed, but his feet were getting bigger and bigger and bigger and spreading out. And so, which to me, the way I was raised in Wyoming around farriers and cattle and ranches and stuff like that, that was called dinner plate feet, or the dreaded platter foot, which I thought must be some sort of dreaded disease, because I remember farriers talking about that. And so like now my colt, the colt of my old age, you know, I was about 50 at the time. Okay, he's getting the dreaded platter foot. And so I asked the farrier if he could do something about that. And of course, that's a story I don't want to get into. Heck of a nice guy. Uh, uh, Still trims and shoes, but I decided I wanted to try and do my own horse's feet. And so I remembered Gene Ovenick, and I thought, I wonder if there's anything on the internet about this trim based on wild horse feet that Rich Clark told me about years before. And so I thought, I'll get on the internet and see. And so sure enough, I found this site here. Of course, I have this as 2007. All right. So obviously, because I know I printed out directions. I'm not that good with dates. All right, so let's say I started in 2007, or Yeah, I'm pretty sure because I printed. Okay, let's go 2007. My first YouTube channel was 2006. It is now 2007. We'll go from there. So I printed out directions. And then I followed I studied this for 2 weeks and then I went out because we worked on ranches, my husband also trimmed horses and shod a few horses, but usually the ranches we worked on would hire a regular farrier. And my husband didn't really like to do it. But we had all the tools and I had a hoof stand and all that. So I was all ready. So I studied this for 2 weeks and then I started. I went out and I went meticulously through the directions and did exactly what it said. And that was my first trim. And it took me like 4 hours. And I don't even remember if I did all 4 feet or what. So this is what I started with. And then I'm trying to think of how the events happened. Something happened where I wound up trimming some horses for other people and I wound up running into a horse with laminitis. And so I wound up doing more research and then I ran into Pete Ramey's page. And from Pete Ramey's page, I wound up with the Iron Free Hoof site. And at the time, they had a trim they were doing that I tried that I found out didn't work good at all. As far my horse loved to run, big platter foot and all. But the more barefoot trim I trimmed, the less he liked to run. And it came to a point where I even believe I trimmed him into mechanical laminitis by overdressing down the outer hoof wall. And because these gals for a time had a trim they called trimming from the top. And instead of trimming from the bottom, you just put the foot on a stand and rasped the hoof wall off like that, and then lightly finished it off in the bottom. Well, what I came to discover was that you were destroying the strength of the hoof wall that's supposed to support the sole. And so that's pretty bad on the horse. And of course, they didn't know that. They had the best intentions, but they all wound up having not good luck with that trim as well. You know, everybody's trying to do their best, and trimming is hard. So if somebody comes along and said, here's an easier way, you're going to jump at the chance. The problem with that is sometimes the easier way is going to do more damage than good, which is what it did for me. So I went for a number of years looking at different ways to trim, things like that. And somewhere along the line, now let me tell you something about this folder. So I made all this and then it got lost in the garage. It got lost in the garage and it was in there for a good 10 years. And here, maybe a year and a half or so ago, I'm cleaning out the garage and I found it. Well, guess what? I didn't even remember because, see, since then, I have looked at this barefoot model hoof and I have been saying for years that one dead wild horse foot that wore its heels out. Okay. So, yeah, it was natural, but I don't think it naturally had heels like that. I think it was old. So, when I found this, I saw the picture of that foot that I have used multiple times to show what I think a horse's foot should not be. Okay. And I was so blown away because this is exactly what I tried. I didn't even realize that this image of this foot had been put in my head. And here, this is not from the person who originated this foot as the ideal model. This is from a group in uh, Canada called Tribe Equus. And so I saw this picture on the internet. When was this? Well, it doesn't say 752 something whenever I put this on there. So I put that in there and that was in my head. And look, you can see the wild horses, but do you see their feet? No. And so you assume that this is what your horse's foot should be like. And so I tried to put that foot on my horse for a good number of years. Gradually, that was the image that got put in my head, and it stayed there till 2016. And so I'm going to show you something here. Now, what I did here, okay, it actually was in on this side here, because after I realized what I'd done, and I'll show you a picture of my horse's foot, I did this. This is not perfection. I don't believe that anymore. So how is it that these images can be put in our head, but they're not correct? Because I've seen this for a long time. I'm going to show you my horse's foot. Am I showing that? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to show you the last time I did a trim to try and get that foot. Okay. And that's not to say, obviously, this horse ran around, but she died in a roundup. That might be something to think about. No one ever saw how sound this horse was. And I'm pretty sure from seeing the full leg before it was cut off that this horse was old. See, what you don't realize is that these wild horses live a good long time. I've been collecting information on these horses from these advocacy groups, and they'll follow them 20, 30 years. They live a long time. They're healthy and they live a long time as long as there's not a major drought and they don't die of thirst or hunger or something like that. So these people follow them through generations. See? Okay, so now I'm going to show you the foot that I tried to put on my own horse. Just a second. Okay, so now we got to go to Valor and his. So we go to pictures, and then we go down to Valor. Let's see, go down to Valor. Where are you there, buddy boy? Valor Progress. I'm pretty sure that's where it's at. So just a second here. Take me a second. What I'm going to show you is, well, here, just a minute. Let me do a different kind of share. Hold on. Where is it? Share. I'm just putting this up here to show you a sample of how I have been taking these kind of pictures for 18 years. Okay, so what I'm looking here for, I mean, you can see this here. I don't know if you can see that, but that's all soul pictures just from August, or, well, not from August, but from, like, say, several months in August of 22. See, so again, when you take this many pictures, you see patterns. And I'm not the only one. There's a good number of people who've been taking the same pictures, seeing the same things. So here's somewhere. And so I documented everything my horse's feet went through when I trimmed the heels out. I mean, the YouTube channel shows my journey. And it shows how I used to trim. I did the barefoot trim, so see, people can't say, well, she didn't do it right. Oh, yes, I did. In fact, I probably did it better than a lot of people because my feet still held together. See, let's see, held together, but was not a gravel cruncher. And you can't say that all these barefoot horses are gravel crunchers because look at all the boot companies that have arisen since barefoot started. Barefoot is good, and I think horses can go barefoot. I just think we need to do some rethinking on the what we believe is the foot of the horse, what the horse's foot is supposed to be like. I absolutely do not believe. Here we go. Okay, so share. Okay, so this was in 714. So for 7 years, if I started in 7, okay, for 7 years, I tried to get this foot on my horse. I have it documented all the way down the line, not only in photos, but also on YouTube. Every trim I did practically, and how I was trimming, and what I thought about the heels, and everything like that. And so in 2014, I did my last barefoot trim to try and get that foot with that 30-degree hairline. And when I was done, that horse leaned way back and reached way over. And it was like he said, "What? Where are my feet? What happened to my feet?" And that was it for me. I gave up. I said, "That's it." Because, see, you start this trim, well, transition, my friends, right? And so then things just aren't turning out right. Well, what are you supposed to do? Say you wind up thinking that that wild horse quality foot is right around the next trim. And it doesn't come for many, many, many people. Now that some horses' feet can adapt and maybe harden up and whatever, that's a given, especially if you're in a drier climate. But where we're at, okay, you have rainy seasons. And so one thing I learned was the periopal band will really harden up and hold everything together. But then if you soak that foot or that foot gets wet, then that periopal band softens, that's forcing and holding that foot into that shape. And then the foot might just expand out of the capsule. So I quit. That's it for me. And for a year, all I did, I never took any pictures. I didn't even want to look at his feed. I nipped off long edges here and there. And I come back in a year, as you can see, 7/31, 2015, 7/14, 2014. Okay. And because I was going to sell my horse, I thought this is a young horse. Somebody needs to be using him. I'm just an old lady. I ain't riding anymore because I knocked my knee out and different things like that. I thought I'm going to get rid of him, and not rid, but find a better home. Okay. I didn't mean it like that at all. I love that horse. Colt to my old age, right? And uh, so I brought him in and I thought, well, I took pictures of him and I was going to put him on some horse sites, and try and find him a good home, as I said, sell him. And so I thought, well, I'll take one more picture of his feet. So I did, and this is what it was. And I was mortified because that looks nothing like that little tidy foot that has that image that has been put in our head, right? And so I'm mortified. Oh my God, nobody want to bite him. Look at those run forward heels. Look at that flare in the toe. Oh my me. Again, I did trim him up a little, but I didn't do what I was doing before at all. And maybe 3 times nipped off the long, this, that, or the other. All right. So that told me, I said, well, I'm going to have to fix his feet if anybody's going to buy him, want him, right? Well, here we are today. This set me on another journey to learn that, in my opinion, and from my research and from my experience, and not mine only, but many people who I've talked to now for many years, that when they had the same problems in barefoot trimming, natural hoof care, and that then when they started to restore and grow the heels, that their horses got better. But what we learned along the way was it's not just a matter of heels, people, because look at the difference in the cartilage up here, how his cartilage was able to extend. It doesn't matter what this looks like. Look at this up here, how it's higher. He wanted his foot higher up here and his cartilage extended. Now look at what I trimmed him into, how it just made the hoof capsule smaller and smaller and smaller. And it took that cartilage, just like what I showed you on the foot that I skinned, where you see the foot with just the bare cartilage and the coffin bone, and then I show you how you could just take your finger and just twist that around the back. Well, this is exactly what happened here. It took me many years to come to this realization, though. So I started trying to fix this foot. But it would be 6 months in 2016 before I would come to realize that we have been led to trim what I believe is the heel buttress actually out of the foot and to try and force our horse's feet to look like that one dead wild horse foot that wore its heels out, that is presented as the perfect barefoot model. So anyway, so this is in 22, come a long way since then in learning that we had to not just grow the heels back in, but that the whole back of the internal foot has to be able to expand, and you have to restore the size of the hoof capsule and grow it back in. All right, so here's a question. How is it that an image can be put in our head like that, right? Okay, so out of curiosity, I thought I would ask Google AI. You know, everything you research these days, when you ask, do a search, you're getting AI. So I want to show you how it is that an image that is not true could be put in our head, and we would for years see it that way and not be able to see the truth. Now, I knew something was up because while my horse got better for a time, then he went the other direction. And this is what you see. These horses will get better. Let's say they got huge feet. He's got a platter foot. Okay, so you start barefoot trimming, and then you're taking down the foot, and everything starts coming together and reducing to the size of the actual horse's foot because it's been trimmed in a way that made it way overgrow. But the thing about it is that then you keep doing that and you go the opposite direction to where instead of having a platter foot, now you have a hoof capsule that's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And of course, you saw that foot on the inside of here is a certain size and it's covered with skin. And so that capsule has to support it and it has to form fit it in a specific manner. So what happens is you just keep trimming the heels out, trimming the heels out, trimming the heels. I say trimming out. People don't think they're trimming out the heel, but they are. Whenever they are trying to lower them to an ideal standard that's been put in their head, an image that's been put in their head that is not true to life because they've never really seen the image of what a real, true, healthy, correct horse's foot is. Because ever since Guillain Lafosse back in 1754 come up with this new way to shoe and they started trimming the heels out of these horses, we've never seen correct feet. So the only feet we're going to see as correct is if we go beyond Guillain before 1754. And people, I'm telling you, historically, from China to Greece to Egypt to even to England after empire moved to a different climate, all these horses had high hairlines, high heels. And that's what the inner foot looks like. And so what we're seeing is a capsule that follows the shape of the inner foot. So let's see here. I think I need a drink of my coffee. Okay, well, all right. Where am I going from here? Okay, I'm going to show some more examples from history. Oh gosh. This is intense. Let's see. Okay, where are we going? Share. Well, let's look at some more cartilage and feet first. Okay. Okay. So again, we just looked at an example of my own horse that went through this situation here. Here was his foot. Okay. And then I kept trimming the heels down. And what it started to do, it started to take this cartilage and turn it around the back of the foot. See what you see. And that's not even the extreme version what I'm showing there. So let me take and annotate. Let's see. Let's do this. Okay, so you see now again, this is falling down to the ground like that, supported. And if you see how I've got his leg going this way, that has a lot to do with it too. All right, if I put the leg up like this, it would lift this up to be like this, like that, more like that. Okay, so over here, so now we see the foot here without the corium on it, and the leg is still back this way. So all of this is going to be down like so. So here you see the car. That's heel right there, folks. There's your heels. Here's your heels right there. And so here would be the coronary band right here. And so now I've taken the leg off of it, and we have the coffin bone out of the corium, so it's sitting flat on the table. But I look at the cartilage here. Okay. The coronary band would go at a minimum like this at this angle, not like that. And so extended cartilage, here's your heel right here. Okay. So when you continually lower the heels so that the heel buttress is not supporting the back of this foot, let me do this here. Clear. Okay. When you continually lower the heel buttress so that the heel buttress is not supporting the back of this foot, see, even on there, have to be like this. Here's how that would look. See, you still have to have sole, people. But what happens is people look at an inner foot like this, and because that other image has been put in their head, just a minute, they're going to look at it and go, see, it's got a 30-degree hairline and the bulb should be on the ground. Well, then you're not going to have any what? You're not going to have any sole. There you go. Okay, so let me undo that there. Do a different color. Let's do green. What the heck? Okay, so here's where the coronary band about would be. About like so. Okay. And so, uh, wait a minute. I'm messed up. Hold on. Okay. Coronary band be right here. About like so. And then the heels go somewhat like that. Okay. It's hard to draw when it's like that. Not the best of artists. The point is, what I want you to show you about this cartilage is it's curved. All right. And so as you start lowering the heels, the foot wants to stand back up anyway. And so the horse will pull the foot up. And as he pulls the foot up, he will literally bend the heel buttress and the cartilage around the back like that. So not only will it pull it down like so, it will also twist it in. It'd be like here's your foot. I don't know if you can see that, but it will take these heels here and it will literally curl them in like this. Curl all this in to where you think you're looking at, this is the sidewall. You think you're looking at the heel, but you're really looking at this here because it will take all this and curl it clear in like this. I know that's not a very good picture, but I hope I'm explaining it okay. All right, so let's look at a little bit more here. Now, here's the thing I'll show you. Remember, I told you I skinned that foot. I'll show it to you. So this is all stuff we have to know if we're going to understand and get the correct image of the horse's foot in our mind, the foot he really has, and not try and impose an image that has been put in our head that is not, it may be a real image. That image of that one wild horse foot is real, but what did that mare do to get a foot like that? She was old and she had to have at some time endured a lot of drought, lack of feed, things like that to wear her heels down that much. So just because you go out and you find a wild horse that has a foot that looks like that, doesn't mean that's the foot it started with or that's the foot it should be. I personally do not think any horse that was ever born ever had a foot like that, that is a foot that developed due to hardship. And if other horses have a foot like that have been trimmed and are holding together without boots, it's either because they developed one heck of a hard periopal system to bind that foot up, um, or I don't know. Anyway, it's a form of adaptation for survival. Okay, so let me share. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna go here. Okay, so let's look at this. This is an example of exactly what we're talking about. So we're having a hoof chat here several years ago, and there was a gal here that had trimmed a horse according to what she thought was tax specs. But in reality, somehow she got that mixed up with the other natural kind of hoof care specs of the 30-degree hairline and no heels. And she wound up trimming the heels completely off of this horse. And this was a adopted wild horse. And so when I first saw it, I was like pretty much freaked out and stuff. So because I was really worried about the horse's tendons and things like that. And so I said, hey, could you take pictures for a few days and keep track of what's going on? Because I'm really worried about this horse. And so she did. She took pictures. Well, we saw this horse make heel out of the sidewall right here. Um, right, what you see now, I want you to let me annotate. Hold on. This is how false heels develop, and you don't even know it. And you're going to see how the cartilages will change, how they will not only be pulled down, but they will curve around the back, just like I showed you. Okay, so let's see, what color should we use? Oh gosh, let's use something we can see. Well, let's just use red. What the heck? Now, the thing I want you to notice here is, first of all, look at the cartilage, how straight it is. So this horse's cartilage really extended out behind his pastern here. And so what happens, that cartilage was supposed to be like this. And then the heel buttress to support it up where it's supposed to be would have been like here. See? Right there. And so when you cut that out right there, what's it do? It's going to pull that horse's foot down to the ground just like that. So let me undo that. Okay, so you've seen again the shape of the cartilage. Also, let's pay attention to this little number here. See, something's happened here. I don't know if he's overreached or what, but we got this little kind of deal going here. Wait a minute. Let me undo that. Right here. Okay, you can see it over here too. Okay, now let's look at the heel right here. The heel is under here. See it? Okay, now let's look over here. What has happened? Look at the different shape. This is either, I don't know if it was the next day or the day after, but what we're seeing here is within 4 days of how this horse's foot changed. Why is that? Because this foot being made out of cartilage filled with fat, when you pull it down into a shape that it wasn't meant to be, it is going to do everything it can to pull it back where it's supposed to be. You got a whole horse up here pulling up on that foot, wanting it to be up here because that is structurally the way it's designed. So it can't help but do anything but. So what happens after a few days? Okay, well, first of all, look at the difference in the shape of the cartilage. Look at that. Second of all, look, this foot doesn't look to have any heel height, period. Look at the hairline. See, that's something we didn't look at. What should we use for the hairline? Let's use purple. Look at the hairline. Hairline's important. Now look at the hairline. Here, the hairline's here. Oh, now it's raised. How did it do that? It's raised and this part is curved. What happened? It took this wall here and it literally bent it around behind it. So that the sidewall here, the sidewall right here, has now been bent up behind the foot. Behind there. And so now we're looking at, let's see. Well, okay, so see this here? I'm seeing this now right here. And so it took this and it just pulled it around behind it. And then look at how this has changed its position as well. Another thing that's going on is right up here. Let's use a different color. Let's use orange. Look right here. Look now, we have a lump. There you go. Okay, now let's look at the other foot. Of course, just a minute. Gosh darn it. I know that if I move this picture, I wonder if all of the, just a minute. I'm going to take a picture of that so I have it. Because when you move these things, just a minute. Hold on. I want to take a picture of that because I should have made sure that that other part of this was in, just a minute. Maybe I can still do it. Third picture. Hold on. Okay, never mind. Okay, I can work it out. I thought I was going to have to move the picture, and if you move the picture, then you see how everything moves? Oh, which that might be interesting. Look at there. It don't fit no more. Huh, never thought about that. See there? That worked good. Don't fit. Can you see that? Can you guys see that? Me moving that picture around and the drawing at the same time? Can I get some feedback?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, so now we're going to do this one and show a completely different shape. Okay, let's get the annotate back up there. Okay, first let's look at the hairline. Okay, let's see. First, let's look at the hairline. All right, now we notice something else. There is more of a rise here in the toe quarter, like so. Okay, and then let's look at the cartilage. Let's see how that's changed shape. Oh, it's even more rounded, and the heel is higher, but it's not the real heel. Remember that. It's the false heel that is developing. So now this looks even more round, like so. Okay, let's look at the heel. Oh, boy, looks like it has a real heel now. Look at that. You know that people will look at that and say, well, that heel's too high. That needs to come down. Okay, and so I can't really see. Well, look, here's that spot there, and I can't really, I don't think I can see this part. Maybe it might be right here. Right there. So how about that? This horse made heel in just a few days. Now, what about here? Let's look at the bump in the front. Okay, so now he's, yeah, still got the bump right there. But also, here's something really super interesting that happened. Let's get a different color. What would be a good color? We got purple, we got this, we got that. Let's use lime green. Let's look at the angle of the pastern. Okay, here we go. Look at the angle of the pastern when she took the heels down. How straight it is. See? But now look, as the horse itself pulled the sidewall around behind to support the back of his foot and lift it up where it's supposed to be. Look at the change in the angle of the pasterns. And here even more so, looks much better. See, this is amazing. Just because we have, we've been having these hoof chats since, I don't remember if I started them in 2017 or 2016. But we've been having these, there's been very few weeks we never had one. And they would last anywhere from 2 to 4. One time we did one for almost 8 hours. That's why nobody hardly comes anymore. They say, no, thank you. I will listen on my radio while I'm driving to the barn or something like that. So, but you see, if we would not have done this, we would not know all this stuff. That's why it's called a research group, because this is stuff that we noticed. See, many people have contributed so that we started seeing patterns. See, like on my own horse, something that went along with this, I noticed that when it would be wet for a long time, his cartilages here that were rounded down would expand. And then when it dried out, they would contract up again. So I started wondering, why are they doing that? Well, what I found out was, here's what happens. When the foot distorts, the frog gets pulled down and under, and the frog corium and the foot, all the frog corium that grows the frog gets deformed. And then it grows frog from a distorted, deformed position. And the periopal, which is a periopal, like a strong band of rubberized skin that goes around the whole thing, The periopal will also grow over the whole frog, and the frog will grow from a deformed position, and it will bind and hold the foot in that deformed shape right where it's at. And so, therefore, when it's really wet for a long time, all that loosens up, and you'll see the cartilage expand out. And then when it dries up again, the frog and the periopal all dry up back to their deformed spot, and they'll pull that cartilage back down with them. So I started thinking about that, and I just started doing experiments on trimming the frog and trimming the periopal and trying to understand what was going on. And in that manner, what we have developed or tried to develop is because look, this foot actually belongs up here. If you were just to release this foot instantly, the foot would release, but it would be there wouldn't be a capsule on it. I'll show you a picture here. Just a minute. I'm going to take a picture of this. Uh, let's see, where are we at? Oh, okay. Just a minute. Got to take a screenshot. Get rid of this thing here. Get over here. There we go. Now you're in the way. Okay. New. All right, there we go. I might just put this in the cartilage file, so hold on so I can find it. Okay, pictures. Go up here to pictures. Got to talk my way through it, or my brain will freeze. Pictures, go down to C, get to the cartilage. Thinking out loud, people. I think out loud a lot. I
Same,
remember
me
when,
too.
do you?
Oh
I
yeah.
remember, do you remember when Bluetooth first came out and you always thought people were talking to you?
Uh-huh.
And they're going, no, I'm on the phone. Oh, gosh. Okay. Where are you, cartilage? Oh, I need to get rid of that. Cartilage. Okay, save. Got her saved. And close. All right. Now we're going to undo all this. Here, just a second here. Annotate and clear. Clear all drawings. There we go. I really enjoyed that because that's really the first time that I've gone into such detail with drawing on that, though we do have it similar. Yeah. Okay, so this is the foot this horse had, similar to this. This is a wild horse that's alive. This is a wild horse that's alive, both adopted. Both had a start out in the wild to develop a really good foot. And so this horse here had the same type of capsule, not exact, but pretty close. I mean, had a nice high hairline and a lot of heel. And of course, this foot here, I had been trimming on this horse for a while to try and restore his feet, but they never got real deformed or distorted, even though he was in captivity. So, anyway, you can see what this foot tried to do. It tried to raise the hairline up and stand back up where it was supposed to. It really amazed me how similar these were. Look at their pasterns. Nice short little pasterns, good boned, just one black, one white. Pretty cool. And but you could see like the really nice uh alignment of the horn tubules and then the growth rings, the horizontal growth rings there, and this horse would have had it too. So I had done this here. So again, it was just really great. And this is just me showing what happens. How now this is a real contracted foot, but this is how it happened. Look, this horse developed false heels. These are false heels. They're not high heels. And on this case, heels kept being trimmed low, trimmed low, trimmed low. Everything just curled around, just like a scroll. See there? Okay. Well, this is what his feet were like right here. Now, this is interesting because look at this foot right here. What I want you to see is I want you to look at the heel buttresses here. Look at the cartilage, how it's extended further in the back of the foot. You see that? And then look at the heel buttress right here. Okay, but now look what happened when the heels were taken down. What happened? You see how the hairline was pulled down? What happened to the wall? Look at this. Here, let me draw on that. This is so interesting. This is what's happening to all these horses. And uh the foot adapts in such a way into a different version, slightly altered version of itself. Nobody takes that many pictures that they ever notice. Bracy Clark tried to. He took plaster casts and he caught some changes, but nothing like this. And he came to realize that the frog pressure doctrine was false. Let's see. Let me draw on this here so you can see it clearly. Okay, so here's the heel buttress. And this is correct, people. Okay, now look how they bent. And this one really bent weird. Like so. And what'll happen is they'll start pointing in at the frog like this when they're actually supposed to be pointing up like that, which this one does. I just drew it kind of screwy. So now can you see it right here? How it wrapped around like that and it pulled the cartilage down like so. See the difference? It's just amazing that these feet, why do these feet do this? Well, it's survival. The foot goes into a mode to bind and hold itself together when the heels are being worn out because maybe there's a drought. Maybe the horse has to travel far to get any food. And so he wears his heels out. And so the foot is made to, as it gets smaller, everything goes to work to bind and hold it together and take that foot and compress it into a smaller capsule. So it is natural, but we don't want to put a drought-ridden foot on our horses. You know, no wonder they see, and hey, who's to say that can't cause metabolic issues when they got inflammation from their feet being bound all the time and chronic pain, chronic inflammation, and the foot design is sending messages to the brain saying, you're in a drought, you're in a drought. There's no food, there's no food. Get fat, you know, just a thought, just a thought, not saying that horses can't get laminitis from uh, metabolic issues. That's obviously really true. Okay, but just saying that maybe there's more to it as well, or at least additional things that we should look into. Okay, so where am I at and what am I doing? All right, there, we're going to do that. Okay, so here again, here's the true foot of the horse. Look at the coronary band. And remember, this part's the foot too. Okay, now this is one of the few other wild horses that we've ever seen a dissection on. And it just so happens that both of them belong to Pete Ramey. But I'm going to tell you right now that the image that was put in Pete Ramey's head is the same image that was put in my head. And that is that one rear foot of that wild horse that died in a roundup that Jamie Jackson procured from BLM, and that was back in the 80s. I mean, how would he know that maybe that wasn't the exact right foot? See? So we should keep growing, keep thinking, keep expanding, and go back in history to see what is the true foot of the horse. So you see here, this is a living wild horse, and he's got plenty of heel. This was a dissected wild horse foot. Now, here's the thing. Do people see? Do you see how this type of foot fit in this type of capsule? And do you see the damage you would cause if you just assumed that this horse's hairline here, instead of being up here, should be down here? Just a minute here. Okay, so here we see the hairline. I want it thicker, though. We see the hairline right here. And here is the coronary band from which the hoof wall grows. See how they are the same. Now, what if I don't see this foot? I don't know this is on the inside. I don't know the horse has a foot covered with skin. All I've been taught is there's a capsule and it has parts in it. Well, if it's just a capsule with parts, you can kind of arrange it any way you want. And so then I say, well, that horse, all I've ever seen is that hairline that where you see the bulb that is up here winds up clear down here. Okay. So what if then I'm not seeing this foot in here. I am only seeing a capsule I have been shown. And so here's what happens. I think that the heels need to come down. So I come in here and I'm going to take it clear up here to this periopal flap. Okay, let's do it on this foot. That's what that's going to do. That's going to force the back of this foot down where it shouldn't be. And so this is all cartilage and fat. It's going to put it under tremendous pressure to want to lift back up. Not only that, but you have every tendon, ligament, the skin, you have everything in the horse and in the foot wanting to pull that foot back up where it belongs. And so this begins the process we just saw. And so what I'm saying is, look, this is the inner foot. You cannot but trim to the inner foot and what the inner foot is supposed to be. Let's see here. I did a simulation of what can happen. Let's see here. I kept okay, so we looked at that foot and that foot. We saw it go through these 3 stages in 4 days. Well, see, what if you just did a little bit at a time instead of so drastic like this? It's going to do the same thing, but so gradually you're not going to notice. Okay, so then what happens? Let's look over here. I did a simulation of what would happen if that kept going. Okay, and then we come to a foot that looks similar to that one of Anna's that I showed you. Let's see, do I still have it here or did I close it out? I closed it out. But you wind up with a little can foot. But this is only if your dorsal wall retains its connection to the inner foot right here. And that doesn't always happen. Okay, so let me see here. Okay, so this only happens, we'll use brown, what the heck. Okay, so here's the dorsal wall right here. In this case, as the back of the foot came down, the dorsal wall held because it's literally bending the foot in half. Okay, so what happens in the front here is the foot itself. Okay, here's your foot right here. The dorsal wall held. The back of the foot here started going down like this, and the front of the foot and the dorsal wall started going back like this. Only in this case, the dorsal wall, we'll use this color, the dorsal wall here, a lot of times what'll happen is that wall will start going this way when the foot is going that way. And so there's separation in here. You know what you call that, right? Separation of the lamina. What's that called? Okay, so instead, what we see in some of these feet is that this dorsal wall holds to the foot. And as the toe is coming back, the dorsal wall is sticking with it. So then you wind up with this foot that's like this big, maybe, unless you keep taking the heel down to try and get more ground contact, bigger surface area, which doesn't work, I don't think, because this isn't about surface area. All right. This is about the shoe fitting and supporting the foot and growing from it the way it's supposed to without the foot getting deformed. It's not about how much ground surface area you got down here. It is, does this thing fit the foot correctly? And then the surface area here is going to be whatever it is. That is the size of the foot, the size that the foot dictates to it. So let's see. Oh, gotta get rid of the sanitate. Just a minute. See, if I don't know that this capsule is fitting this foot just like this, and I come in here and I have been led to believe that this hairline should be not here, especially not there. Although this horse here, his foot could have been corrected even more to where his hairline's up here and his cartilage about that much more extended. Okay, so if I've been led to believe this hairline should be here, then what am I going to do? I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go like that. I'm going to go like that without realizing it. And now what have I done? First of all, I want you to look at at where the horse is bearing the weight on the bottom, the ground surface area. Okay, let's look at that. See, because this is a teaching out there that you lower the heels like this to increase the ground surface area so the horse has more to stand on. It seems to make sense, and I can understand why people say that, but it's because they don't know the horse has a foot like this that grows a capsule like this, grows a shoe. So you increasing the ground surface area isn't necessarily the best thing to do because you're destroying the horse, the way the horse is supposed to have weight-bearing equilibrium within this capsule. How it's supposed to fit a precision and a precise way to support the back of this foot and these cartilages up where they're supposed to be. It doesn't matter if it's been put in our brain that the hairline ought to be down here. What matters is what's inside. So let's just say, okay, we have been led to believe, and I'm not saying anybody has purposely, incorrectly led us to believe the wrong thing because they want to torture a horse, okay? Because they want to put a torture boot, turn his capsule into a torture machine, because it's like Chinese foot binding. The capsule gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, and the horse adapts till the horse can't adapt anymore, and then there's the straw that trim that broke the horse's foot, so to speak. So, okay, increasing surface area. We see here that this horse has surface area. Now, if actually the wall itself is not supposed to bear a lot of weight, okay? So let's just say the surface area is like, well, like from here to here, okay? We don't know that this horse has a foot like this, that this heel buttress is precise. And it's there for a reason. It has to be a specific length in order to uphold this cartilage up here. Okay, so we don't know that. We've just had this image drilled into our head that it's got to have a 30-degree hairline. And so we come in there and we say, look, you want to increase the ground surface area. How could we do that? Well, right here is about where the periopal flap is. And this is right here a lot of times where people will trim the foot to. Like there, we're going to leave the toe, which I'm not against leaving toe. We do that all the time now. Leave more toe. All right. But we're going to leave the toe because we want to increase the ground surface area. All right. But the ground surface area on this horse is from here to here. Period. Period. That's for the foot. See the foot? It's got a footy in there. See there? Okay, so I'm going to get a different color here. Okay, well, we'll just use green. And so I don't see this foot on the inside. And so I'm going to come in here and I want to increase the ground surface area as much as possible because I've been led to think that the horse needs a huge platform under there to stand on. Well, look what I've done. Okay. I've done this, but what have I done? Now I've pulled the foot down behind where it shouldn't be. Yeah, I have more ground surface area here. A lot, in fact, because, well, let's do a different color here. What color should we do? Let's do blue. Okay, so here's my ground surface area. I increased it up to here, like so. Well, no, I increased it clear back to here. Okay, that's what I increased it to. I was trying to figure that out here. Okay, so it was here, and that was where the horse was balanced for his foot to work and where he had uniform sole thickness under the whole bottom portion of his foot here. Okay, but instead now he's been trimmed clear back to here. And when he's set down, he's going to have that much more ground surface area to walk on. But is that what he's supposed to have? I say no. Okay? I say no. That first of all, what's going to happen to all these cartilages when you force it down to here? When you force this here, it's supposed to be up here, when you force all of this down here, about to there, then it's going to take the coronary band here, and it's also going to force it down to here. What's it doing? It is now deforming and crushing all of this, pulling it down, forcing it down into a place it was never designed to be to begin with. But this is something, who was I talking to? Maybe it was you, Angelique, that said, oh, horses are one of the few animals that don't cry when they're in pain. That 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 floored me.
Yeah, they grunt. They make like a grunt.
Yeah, like maybe a grunt,
Yeah,
but
but they're silent.
yeah, they're silent. Was that you? Somebody was telling me this the other day. And of course it should have been obvious to me, you know. But yeah, hey, you see those people in this, there, and yon, beating these horses that are on these carts. Does the horse scream out in pain like a dog? No. Oh, you're cutting out there, Linda. See? Um, horses, what has that got to do to this horse's foot? See? And they live on their feet. Um, see, most of these horses go around, they're in pain continually. They are in distress and pain in their feet on a continual basis, but they are silent, stoic sufferers. See? So yeah, what's it do to that foot? Well, I have some examples. We can look at some examples of how it deforms this foot. And the problem is that then we're all studying these feet and we come along, and even if you do remove a hoof capsule, it's deformed the foot, but you don't even know it's deformed. And so you're making your determinations on what this foot should be like based on the deformed foot that you have that's been taken out of a capsule that's been trimmed to be a certain way, and you don't even know it. And so you see this happening with people that unfortunately we get led to think the foot is one way when actually we're looking at a deformed foot because of the way it was trimmed. See? Okay, so let me clear that. Okay. See? Here's an example. Trying to force that cartilage down like that. And look how the horn tubules now are growing this way. Again, here's the foot. Here's what can happen to the whole foot in the back. It can be totally compressed in and have a hoof capsule that even grows form fitted. Okay, you hear people talking about, boy, sure has little feet. Well, now you know why. If the dorsal wall holds. Otherwise, the dorsal wall can also be pushed clear out here where you got a big long toe. See, you take away from back here where you should have the extension, and when you lower it, it lowers all the angle of the horn tubules, forcing them to grow forward and push the toe forward, and that's where you wind up with these. It can look like a normal foot, except you've taken away an inch or two back here, and you've just added an inch or two up here. And this was such a great foot. Okay, here you see the skin, and this is where the lateral cartilage is, and that digital cushion in here is totally attached to the side of this cartilage. But look at how the back of the foot, and this foot could have had higher heels and a better frog. But as it is, look at this wonderful periopal band. Okay, here's what happens. When the pastern descends on, first of all, you've got a skin container. It in and of itself is elastic and holding everything together. And so you've got that. And so this pastern descends down between these cartilages onto this fat here. And then this fat pushes down onto this frog stay. And then we want to look, and of course, you got to remember all this is connected, right? So here's your periopal band. And then this periopal band, and the frog pushed down. Well, look at the direction here. This is so amazing. Just a minute here. Let me see. Okay, what color do I want? We'll do green. Look at how this is. That's an arch, by the way. You see that arch? You know about arches, right? About how there's it's called something else too. The keystone. The keystone in an arch. That's kind of what the frog stay is. Like when they do stonework, arches on bridges and stuff like that. Okay, they got this stuff going like this and like this and like this and like this. And then the keystone fits in here like so. You know what that does? Keeps the arch and the bridge from collapsing. Okay, but this is rubber. This is a rubber keystone. And so you've not only got, first of all, this periopal is attached up here. Okay, so you've got that. You've got the skin, which is going to hold. You've got the periopal, which is going to hold. You got the frog stay up in here, attached to everything. Okay, and then you've got this arch. Look at that. And so when this pastern here descends onto, well, it descends between these cartilages, widen out. It descends onto this area of the digital cushion. This digital cushion descends onto the frog stay, and this pushes down, which pushes this out, which takes your heel and slightly pushes it out that way too. And never hits the ground. Because this frog, first of all, you got not only that, you got the frog legs over here that are attached to the heel with skin when everything's just right. Okay. And so this pushes down here, pushing out this way and out this way. It's not meant to bottom out. See, if you go trimming these heel buttresses out, you have no frog. And then this suspension that goes down like this, it boom, 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 instead of, how quick I put some things into, AI about how long does it take a horse to take a step? Have you ever noticed how they step? You see the spring motion, right? Well, like, I don't know, 100,000 times a day or something like that with some crazy number. Can't say ungodly because might have been determined by him. So, but some unfathomable number that a horse's foot flexes in here. And so the pressure comes down. Here's what happens the second that this pastern starts to descend. First of all, the skin is holding it up. The skin is offering resistance in and of itself to a certain degree. And then as it descends on, and of course the tendons and the ligaments and everything is resisting the pastern going down. And so then it goes down between here, it hits this digital cushion, and immediately that digital cushion offers resistance, and it is full of rebound because it's fat. If you got any fat on you, just press on it and you'll see the rebound it has. Well, then this fat, not only that, but look, it's contained in a small area, right? So when this big pastern up here descends down into here. Well, it compresses that digital cushion, making it even more rebound. The more you press on a piece of fat, the more there's nowhere for it to go, right? So it gets more compressed and more buoyant and has more force. Well, it presses on this digital cushion here. What's it do? It presses it down underneath the coffin bone by the navicular bone. It compresses and spring loads this whole digital cushion. And then the second this starts, this digital cushion is pushing back. And so, but it descends so much that it forces this compressed pressurized now digital cushion in this small space onto this buoyant frog here that is an arch. Not only is it an arch this way, well, if you look at the side of the foot, it's an arch this way. Okay, so it's pressing down on that. And so as it does so, the second it starts to press down on that frog stay, everything here is saying, no way, you're not going nowhere. We're going to push back. We're pushing back on you. And so all of this, the frog stay, everything pushes back. And so it's like that. It's a movement like that. That's how quick it takes. Boom, boom. That's how quick the horse steps. Unless he's just standing still, and even then he's kind of shifting around a little, and stuff. And so it's one big suspension system that's going on here. It was never meant to you're just going to trim these heels out and you're going to beat it up this way rather than the suspension coming down this way and the frog working up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. Instead, it's like boom, boom, boom. And all of that compression and everything going right up into the joints, making everything above it work harder, damaging the digital cushion. Okay. It's an amazing work of engineering. Absolutely amazing. Yes, it's a pump, but it's not the kind of pump you beat from the outside. It's what they call like a diaphragm pump. The pressure works internally. All these parts work together to go up and down like this without bottoming out on the ground. So let's see here. Now, there's lots of reasons why people think that frogs have to have continual frog contact. And a lot of it is sometimes they don't know what they're looking at when they see actually a good foot that has actually high heels and a lot of frog. Why is that? Because you see the frog and the periopal will start looking the same, and the frog skin will hook to the side of the heel here, and they think that the horse has low heels. See? Okay, there's only this much heel sticking out, and they think the horse has low heels. He hasn't got low heels. He's got this much heel. See there? But because the frog has grown and filled all this in, and the frog is sticking to the side of the heel, and they only see this much heel, they think the horse has low heels. But he doesn't. He has, well, from the top of the hairline, we count that like a minimum of 2 inches. Sorry if there's a kind of a general ballpark measurement there, but there is. Okay. Yeah, it's a fan. I mean, oh man, this stuff has been staring us all in the face for centuries. But the ancients knew that the frog had to be high up in the foot. Okay, it doesn't mean high off the ground. Okay, because of the way the frog is built. Okay, even the frog itself under here, like so. Okay, it pushes out this way, pushes down like that and out like that. And so it has to have a little bit of clearance to do that, folks. So it can maintain its suspension. Okay. Let's see here. Well, okay. Okay, well, I told you I skinned that foot. Here it is. There's the skin off the foot. And it was such an amazing experience. And then looking at it later and studying it, see, I had not seen the periopal corium before in quite the same way. There, see the different color? That is the that grows the periopal. That piece of skin grows the periopal. Then this piece of there's a coronary band. Now these feet are hard to skin, so of course I didn't get it perfectly. I'd like to get one perfect. And so then this is the major part of the coronary band, but you see that the corium changes. The coriums change. Each piece grows a different part of that hoof wall. And right here, I think this is the corium that grows the lamina that connects right here. Makes sense. See, we just think of it, well, there's the coronary band and it grows the hoof wall. But look, the 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 hoof wall is consisted of layers, and each layer is a specialized layer. So it would have a specialized skin that grows each individual part. So then here's your lamina. And so this grows the lamina of the hoof capsule that immediately gets attached to the lamina of the foot. And of course, everything that grows from here is temporary. From here to here, temporary hoof capsule, but the skin is permanent. And everything up in here and this part of the foot and what's inside the bone, the bones and the cartilage and the fat cushion. And so it was so interesting because okay, so then the internal hoof lamina here connects to the lamina here, and then they're meant to be in a specific spot. And so that grows down here and it joins with the sole in a specific spot. And that's why understanding that hoof structure and how those horn tubules are in alignment, going back to the heel, is so vitally important for your weight-bearing equilibrium, for the hoof capsule fitting the foot perfectly. And so right here, look at that. Look at that. That's another kind of corium. Now it's a combination of sole corium. It's a different kind of sole corium that also emits a yellow rubber glue, and that it injects it into the lamina of the hoof wall because the sole doesn't have lamina. But instead it injects this yellow glue that makes your white line that's really yellow and sometimes gray. And that's what it connects it to the hoof wall right there. Now, I knew that the sole corium lipped up over the outside of the foot. But until I skinned it like this, I never realized that it was a different kind of corium as well. See, just like you have different kinds of corium just in the hoof wall itself. So right here, I mean, it's obvious once you take that off as being skinned. See? And so then we have the sole corium here. And I didn't get the frog corium off very well, but it's right here. And you can see this right here. That's a little bit of digital cushion attached to that. That's what's on the other side, on the inside, underneath that frog corium. So this was such a great experience. Okay, so here's your foot right here with the skin off. Again, there's a whole foot in there. And we have to take into consideration the fact that this is part of the largest organ of the whole horse, the skin, that your horse has a foot covered with skin. And we have to understand and take this into account, or we're going to misinterpret and misunderstand so much about this animal's foot, which is exactly what has happened. It, we were better off before science took over. You do realize that. The ancients and the old farriers and things like that, they had the knowledge of what the horse's foot needed to be like. Oh, and then when these eggheads in the 17th century started, well, we're going to determine here, and they never touched a horse's foot in their life, half of them. Okay, then things started getting messed up when academia took over. Okay. So there, you see it? How cool is that? I mean, I was just like fascinated over the whole thing, the whole process. Okay, so there you go. There's the skin on the foot. Here's the skin taken off. What a wonder, you know? What a wonder. There it is again. Without the skin, look at the cartilage. Part of that is above the hairline. Here's your heel. Is it any wonder that heels can get run forward? They're just cartilage and fat covered with skin. So we have to have a good understanding of all this in order to be able to see behind that capsule. We have to have a form of x-ray vision. Okay, so look here. All of that soft cartilage and fat, looky there. There's your heel. There's the inner part of the horse's heel. It is cartilage and digital cushion. And then on the bottom, of course, it's got sole corium. But see, how fascinating is that? There's your horse's heel. Now, I left a lot of the digital cushion in this part, but I took it out of this part. You got to understand this whole thing right in here is filled up with fat, adipose tissue, whale blubber. And I don't think it's supposed to have a lot of cartilage in it, because you know what? When adipose tissue gets damaged, it develops fibrocartilage. Wow. How about that? See, so you can see how all these feet have been being damaged for centuries, and so men have been studying them, and so they open it up and they get into that digital cushion and they see all these fibers and these yellow pockets which show damage to adipose tissue, and so they think, and they're doing the best they can. They think that the digital cushion is composed of fibrocartilage, when maybe in reality, that's a response to damage to the digital cushion. It develops because it's supposed to be a cushion, right? And when you have a lot of fibrocartilage, it's not as cushiony, it makes it stiff. So just something to think about, you know? Okay, so here's an experiment I did back in 2020 when I first started realizing that the foot was bound by periople frog, because as I said, and I'm restoring the heels now for a while. Okay. How can you restore something when you don't know what it is, right? So anyway, I noticed that in the wet weather, my cartilages, by then I knew that the cartilage had to be extended. I noticed though on my horse in the wet weather, it would really extend, but then when it dried up, it would shrink up again. So I had an experiment. I had an idea of what it might be, and I did an experiment. And I put my foot in a boot so that it was wet, like you take a a sock and a bag and you fill it with liquid of some kind. Okay, water. I use like hair conditioner and stuff like that. And then you put that over the horse's foot. Then you put the horse in a foot in a boot. And then I would trim between the central sulcus and the bulbs and do some different things um, on the frog because I was trying to get these cartilages to extend because I had seen them extend before. Okay. And so uh, this is 20, 21, 22, 23, left that boot on for 2 days. Then went out there, took the boot off. Look at the difference. See, it's kind of similar to what we were seeing in the horse where the gal trimmed the heel totally out and we saw it make heel in 3 or 4 days. Okay, what we're seeing is the response of cartilage uh, when it's held under by a frog and periopal that develops to help the horse survive and keep the capsule from coming off the foot. That's why this periopal and frog goes to work to hold the hoof capsule on as this is going on. So, so this was a couple days later, and I mean, I'm happy. I'm seeing that extended cartilage, right? Okay, so then I thought, okay, I'm going to trim some more of that stuff between that I see there shouldn't be there. And so I trim it out and put the boot back on. Oh my goodness gracious me, about had a cow. When I come out and took the boot off and the cartilages were extended like that. Now that is what they really should be, but it would take me a lot longer to figure out how to get it that way and keep it that way. Because I still didn't realize how much, when these feet shrink up, how much that frog gets distorted and pushed into a place where it shouldn't. And then how it will just hold the foot right there. And this is for survival. This is to keep the capsule you've been trimming out on the foot, to keep the foot bound under so that it just doesn't release and fall out the back of a too small capsule. I could show you a picture. Well, I think I have it in here, come think of it. Okay, so interesting things happened here. First of all, look at the bump. There's a bump there. The cartilage is bound up and pushed in this way, pushing the coffin joint forward. And when it pushes the coffin joint forward, there will be this bump. At the same time, it rotates the actual coffin bone down and back, while at the same time making the dorsal wall want to push forward and up. And so now we have this flare. And so that means that there's a lot of pressure here in the lamina between the foot and the coffin bone and the dorsal wall. Now, of course, my toes are short enough and everything's good enough that it's all holding together. But there are cases where it won't hold together. And then the wall's going to be going out this way while the foot's going back this way, all because all this anatomy here is pushed up this way. See, look at look at the anatomy right here in this foot. Look at how extended it is. What happens when you take all this and cram it up into here? There is a coffin bone in here. There is a joint here. That coffin bone can't go anywhere. It can't go forward. It's not like you could take all this and shove it up there and shove that coffin bone forward. No, it can't go anywhere. The dorsal wall is keeping it from going anywhere. And so what happens? You take all of this and you shove it into here, into this joint. and it's going to push the joint forward. So therefore it's going to bend and force the coffin bone to rotate. In other words, it's going to take here. Let me get something here. Okay. Just a second here. Okay, so there's a joint there. Here's your coffin bone right here. Okay? So all that anatomy is pushed up into that joint. Okay, it's going to force this joint forward like that, forward, but there's nowhere it can go. So what does it do? Then it forces the dorsal wall of the coffin bone to go like this. It has this pressure on it now. Now remember, it's in a foot. It isn't just a coffin bone. It's in a foot. It's connected all around to the wall and the lamina and the sole and the toe, and I mean you name it. Okay, but what it does is it's put so much pressure in there that now the pressure is to go like this. The pressure is going like this. And as the horse walks, right, it's going to affect it. And so it's going to be pushing on this joint up here. It's going to push it out to where there's a lump here. And then it's going to take this. Now this is form fitted right here in its own little niche. And what it winds up doing is forcing this wall back like this and down to where it comes out of its little form-fitted niche there in the sole corium. And now the coffin bone is pressing down like this and pressing on flat sole, like so. To whereas before, when everything is working just right, what you'll have is you'll have the coffin bone like so, and it's in its own form-fitted little deal here. I'm going to draw it. You can see it on x-rays. You'll see a shadow coming down this way and around this way. See, it's fit. That's where the foot and see the sole will go like this. Okay, that's the sole. And so this is the inner foot. And so you will see how this is all connected just perfectly here. And there'll be a shadow. But what happens is, just a minute here. When that coffin bone joint gets forced forward up here, when that happens, okay, this gets forced forward that way. Okay, what it does here is it forces this way. And it forces it out of it forces the toe. This would be the sole corium and everything. It's not just the coffin bone. It's all the sole corium in the toe that's connected to it, the whole thing. It's going to force it out of this little nice self-grown sole ridge that protects it right there. And let's see, let's do it. It's going to force all this down here onto flat sole, and it's going to make a gap here. So now it's going to be like this. And that's why you see the toe of these coffin bones worn, the tip of them worn out. Because when all this anatomy was forced into that joint was forced to rotate back like this. Rotate forward here and then back like this, including all the sole corium and everything that's attached to it. And now, instead of sitting on this, in this rim of sole that grows from it that keeps its shape and keeps the sharp rim of the inner coffin bone from deteriorating because it's in this form-fitted, I don't know what to call it. This little thing right here, this little area of the sole that's form-fitted to all this that it grows, instead of being in there, it's now been forced back onto the flat sole right there. So that sharp little nice edge of the coffin bone and the sole corium starts wearing out. And that's where you start getting these black spots in the middle of these toes and these things they call crinas and things like that, because the toe has been forced out of its correct place. Because when all this is happening, you got to remember the main important thing here, you are dealing with two objects. A hoof capsule that is temporary and is like a shoe and can grow into any number of shapes and create all kinds of leverages to want to pull off that foot. And then the real foot that's on the inside of the horse. And so we want the capsule to perfectly fit the inside of that foot covered with skin. And so the other thing you have to remember at the same time is that this hoof capsule that's growing here, this hoof capsule right here is an independent unit. It might be growing from, it might be attached, but it is also an independent unit. And so when it does not fit perfectly, then when you pull these heels down, because you gotta have that 30-degree hairline there, okay? And what's that do? That lowers the whole foot down like this. Well, what else did it do? You had horn tubules that went like this, right? So when you lower the foot, when you lower this, what else are you doing? Well, you're taking these horn tubules that were like this and you're making them like this. See there? What's that do? Oh, well, that's just pushing all the wall forward here. Gets up here, and then it's going to push the dorsal wall forward. See? And so then what you have? You had a nice extended here. Now it's down like this, and it's just changed the weight-bearing equilibrium of everything. And so a lot of times this is happening gradually, that nobody even notices it's happening, and the horse is adapting, and he can adapt and adapt and adapt and adapt, but then the day comes he can't adapt no more. And then everybody thinks, well, it's what I fed him or something else, because they don't know what's going on. And so if you don't understand these things, you cannot make a correct interpretation. In order to understand everything, you have to have all the values, all the facts, things like that, and then you add them all up and then you make a determination. So if you're missing all this, you're going to come up with some pretty different ideas. See? Okay. So anyway, that was an interesting experiment. Okay. So this is not my horse. Not sure where I got this picture, but it was somebody that was trying to support the back of the foot. And you know what I found is better not to have frog pressure. You know why? Because remember how we're talking about how the way things work, how stuff comes from here down and then pushes out like that. It's got to have some give. It's got to have some room to do that. And so when it has full frog pressure right here, there's no room for it to do that. See, there's no room for this, for the pastern to push down onto the digital cushion and then push the heels out like that and have a little bit of flexibility and room like so. So it's better not to have, like you could have some support or even a wedge pad. But one thing I did at one point for my pony was I had been doing this forever. And finally, one day, I thought I got to thinking about this frog pressure thing, right? So instead, I made her a support pad without frog pressure right there. And she was instantly more comfortable. How about that? Okay, so here you see what happens. Look at how these cartilages are wrapped around. See, this is side bone. The cartilage turns into bone. See, now we know why. Because it's wrapped around the foot. The foot is being constantly assaulted, and so the cartilage turns into bone. And this is interesting too, seeing this one because it is wrapped around just like what I was showing you. And this is interesting too. Look, it's gone in the heel. They don't have it in the heel, but we saw in the dissection I did that the lateral cartilage is actually part of the heel as well. See, all these wonderful things, finding out all these great things. Okay, so this was a foot of a self-trimming horse that was 8 years old. It was put down from being blind. Look at the cartilage. Now, I wish I would have taken it a little bit more to the side so you could really see the extension here of the cartilage. But he had a perfect inner foot. There was no damage to his inner foot at all. That's one that somebody else did. And this is just a simulation showing how these cartilages bend and release. See? And obviously this horse has nice big cartilage, but I bet he's still frog bound under there because these feet are like Rubik's cubes. Each heel is independent, and the frog and digital cushion in here is independent too. There's Roberta's horse. Now, neither one of these feet is right. This one, the heels are wrapped around behind more. So the heels were trimmed down here, pulling the back of the foot down. And then what did they do? They raised up and they took this wall and they wrapped it around behind so they could try and get the cartilages back up where it belonged. Well, that's good, but in a way, I mean, it's an adaptation to try and help the horse because the tendons and everything else have to work 10 times as hard when you pulled the cartilages clear down here. And so the foot does not have the spring it needs to help all that, the pastern bounce back up and stuff. But it wrapped it. What's it going to do? It's going to take all this anatomy and it's going to shove it forward. And look what it did. Look at the bump it made. And what did it do? When it shoved the coffin joint forward, what did it do? Here, just exactly what I was just saying. It let me get white. Okay, so here's the coffin bone. Okay, what did it do when this cartilage here got got pulled down, and it wanted to pull back up? It took this hoof wall and it pulled it around behind it, and it made more heel. It made more heel. And so it took this anatomy that was sticking out back here, and it shoved it into a smaller container. And look at this nice little bump we have here. See that? Why? Because it shoved the coffin joint forward, which What happened here? Then the coffin bone was forced to rotate back like this, but because it's got a nice tight dorsal wall, guess what happened? When it rotated back like this, the wall that was out here rotated back with it. Look at the difference in the angle of the dorsal wall. It's all about uh structures and the room inside them. You know, there's only so much room in there. Are you seeing this? I want to know if anybody has seen what I'm saying. Well, I'll go to the bathroom.
Affirmative.
Huh?
Affirmative.
Okay, good. Okay, well, I'm gonna let you look at this for a minute. I'm gonna remove everything. I'm gonna let you stare at this so I can go to little girl's room.
Okay,
This
break.
is amazing. Now, here, folks, this is why we have these hoof chats, because I've looked at these feet a lot. All right. But I didn't notice this in the way that I'm showing you now. So as I'm looking, as I'm explaining, I'm understanding more. And so then as we go through these pictures, I understood immediately what happened to this foot. It was awesome. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, so I'm back. So now you have to use your imagination too. So now imagine if the lamina did not hold. Now here's interesting too. It's made the foot rounder up here. Rounder. So imagine if the lamina did not hold to the lamina of the inner foot when the coffin bone and the foot, it's not just the coffin bone, when the toe of the foot was forced to rotate back. If the lamina did not hold, say that there wasn't a very good laminar connection, and maybe there's also already some compromised, whatever. Okay, so let's imagine here. Got to remember, it's a foot in here. Okay, so the foot is being forced this way, right? And and so up to this point, this wall has gone with it, as we see in the second foot over here, where we see that the dorsal wall got steeper. Okay, so what happens? Okay, so here's the wall. What if it didn't go back? Then there's going to be laminar separation starting to take place. And so we're going to develop a little wedge shape in here of separation. See that? And so the wall can continuing going that way while the foot is being forced that way. And what would that be? If we had separation in the lamina there, what, and this is all mechanical, okay?
Laminitis.
It would be, wouldn't it?
Hmm.
And so, there's I don't know. Hmm. Oh, somebody's calling. Wonder who that is. Oh, well, I ain't gonna answer it. Facebook user. Hello? Levi, I'm busy. Sorry, got hoof check. Goodbye. Okay. Well, now what? Oh my goodness gracious. Well, that took every brain cell I had.
Okay, can I just say something while you're
Yeah,
gathering your thoughts?
please,
Okay.
please do.
So I had this situation, and as you know, so you have a contracted foot, you have a squished hoof wall, or
Uh-huh.
foot shell. And I don't know if this is my mistake or if it was just by nature, but as the foot expanded and I had that laminar wedge, because
Mhm.
it was not a tight connection as I started to grow out, then my hoof started cracking.
Hmm.
I started getting like cracks in the toes and
Mhm.
cracks just and it's very bothersome. And
Yeah.
so um there's a whole series of hoof chats to talk about unlocking these deformations, maladjustments, you know, um, and it's like you said, it's a Rubik's cube. It really is.
Oh man. Yeah.
But
So,
yeah,
did your horse have laminitis? Hello? Maria? Oh, you must have muted yourself or something.
oh, maybe I did.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
So what
it is a quandary.
Yeah, for sure. So tell us your story.
Okay. I have every deformation you could describe.
Yeah.
I have I have the small contracted foot that I when I bef so I've been doing this for going on 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And when I first started, I thought that was my best foot. I thought, oh God, at least I have one out of four that's right. But no, it wasn't. It was a very small foot. And but it had the tight connection, so it didn't splay out. It didn't get those blowouts on the side, um, and just totally flatten out. So now, um, my worst foot is my best foot, and my best foot is in progress. But um, there's there's just so much going on. I think it
Yeah.
really goes back to, well, when you are compressed that way and you are in a smaller capsule than you should be, everything gets compressed. The sole gets compressed, the bars get scrunched and folded over, and if you followed a a method that said don't touch the bars, don't touch, so don't touch the frog, don't touch the bars, and so they're smashed in, and I don't know how many capsules that I had to grow out to at least find where my bars were, because my bars had folded over all the way to the hoof wall.
Well, yep.
and I'm still, I scrape them down, and I feel like, okay, that's enough before I go too far. And then I come back and it's like, man, it doesn't look like I did anything to them. Um,
I
I
hear a
feel
lot of people say stuff like that. Yeah.
uh, so I I just think that there's a whole series of how to unlock the foot, because
Yeah,
I see I'm like saying yeah to all these different formations that you've been talking about today. It's like, yeah, it's first, I guess first step is being able to see what's going on.
exactly. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the way I look at it. We have to know what's happening first before we can reverse engineer it, you know, and stuff. Do you mind sharing with me your journey before you took over?
Oh, okay. Well, um, I had a farrier and a vet that were pretty tight, and they sold me a sale on a lot of therapies and specialized shoes. But when
Mm-hmm.
the farrier decided not to show up and it wasn't that important, um, I started losing faith. It's like, well, if I'm throwing out a lot of money at this, and
Yeah.
if it isn't, if it's not that important to you, is it real? Are you really telling me the truth? Um,
Mm-hmm.
and when the vet, she started playing on my emotions. Well, if you love your horse, if you care, oh my goodness, um, that's not a. I don't think that should be an educational avenue. It should be what's explaining what's really going on and how to correct it, not playing on somebody's emotions.
Yeah.
So I had red flags thrown, and so I started reading Farrier. The first Farrier journal I read was on the unilateral sole thickness. You know, and I thought, okay, I think I'm starting to get a handle or an idea of what's going on, because I did not know a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and as time went on, I wasn't happy with the inconsistency of people showing up to do my horse, and then I found out about the natural hoof care
Mm-hmm.
and natural trim, and I recruited a couple of people, and I was not impressed, so I thought I could do it myself. I actually I went to clinics. I thought I'd learn, and um, I went to a Ramey clinic and Landerville, and studied online,
Mm-hmm.
but I wasn't I my feet were just getting worse. And I give Ramey a lot of credit for um saying, hey, if you're a novice, just do 10 to 2 on the toe,
Mm-hmm.
and then have somebody come in and clean it up. Well, the people I had come in to clean up and it wasn't a necessarily a natural hoof care person. It was just the farrier in general, just
Mm-hmm.
taking down the heel to match the toe or whatever they were doing. It was just destroying my horse's feet.
Yeah.
So I tried to learn on my own, and I'd go bounce back and forth from trimming to calling a farrier, just put some shoes on, because this is ridiculous. I've gone through, I don't know how many different styles of hoof boots.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then I stumbled upon you, and um, I spent my whole Thanksgiving week listening to every one of your YouTube videos I could.
Please.
While I was painting and housekeeping and whatever,
Oh.
I binged hard,
Oh.
and just I think a lot of us do that. We go down the
Yeah.
Linda rabbit hole,
Yeah.
and And
Oh,
I tried to pick up, you know, the tack method, and oh goodness, I look at my old pictures and they're pathetic. But I was trying, and
you
it's a
bet.
steep learning curve. It is
Oh,
it
yeah.
is not easy. And
Nope.
um these are complex. The more messed up your horse is, the harder it is to fix.
Yep.
Um I I'm a little hesitant to say this, but I'm going to say it. I trim 9 horses, and
Wow.
my horse is the worst.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just maybe because I over trim him. Maybe I've done that, trying to nitpick at him. But um, I am so happy to give a good progress report on 2 geriatric horses that were. One was deemed to get put down because every time the farrier would come out, he'd lay down for a couple of weeks, and I knew what was going on, and I knew the farrier was just a little. I don't. I just, in my heart, I wouldn't watch, but I just had a feeling that he was rushing through
Yeah.
some of the old guys that needed to have a little more patience, and just they're hard. When they're
Yeah.
old, they're hard.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, so Skip is not lying down all the time, and he's walking slowly, but he's not limping across the pasture. And Dollar was he hadn't been used in years, and now he's he's got the saddle on, and he's doing little pony rides for kids.
Well, that's
So
wonderful.
yeah, and he loves it. He loves, because for years he was just um ignored because he had what the vet had determined was navicular.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I
Mm.
think there was a blessing in disguise of being ignored, because he would not get trimmed as often, and maybe his foot had a chance to self-correct.
Mm-hmm.
But the last 6 months, I've been tinkering at it. Um, and they're doing good, so that's really good.
That's
um
wonderful.
my mare, she had torn no, she hadn't torn, she had an abscess in her heel, and I called you about it, and you said just let it grow, and
Mm-hmm.
it grew out. It's like, wow. you know um
Good.
that's
Yeah.
awesome. And so have faith. If you have a blowout, they do grow out, just like your fingernail will grow out. And it grew out better.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
But
good to hear.
yes. Let's see. The biggest my I have a a question about cracks, though. When the cracks, the quarter cracks,
Mm-hmm.
like in that first picture that you had of that beautiful Greek foot, or that Roman foot, I don't know what the oh,
Oh,
and then
those 2 feet, you
yeah, and
mean?
it oh yeah, it was a Ramey foot, and the other foot, it was right after that. Right after you had the statues, um but you were talking about how they have that quarter arch. But another thing I did notice in that was
Mm-hmm.
that the heel buttress, there's also a little swell there in the hoof wall. You
Hmm.
know,
Okay.
if you look back at it, and I noticed that in some of the other horses too, that they will have a little more bulge there, and it does kind of have a similar look to it. But where with my horse, my problem child is he's he's had cracks in that, right in that area where the um that quarter area where
Mm-hmm.
horses naturally notch, but he doesn't notch, he just cracks.
Okay.
And the first the the first one, I first time he cracked really bad, I called you, and you said, well, just support it with some glue and let it grow. Well, it has grown out. Thank God. It's like, wow, it happens. But I'm getting a crack in his other feet in the same area.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like maybe it's my consistent trimming. I'm trimming in a wrong way that I'm creating these cracks, or is this part of the process? Because, oh, another observation I had was when you have these deformed feet that have a reduced capsule, and you have sidewalls that you don't have a heel buttress, you have sidewalls. When that heel buttress starts coming in, your lateral cartilages start expanding in the back, making room for your heels to move back and come down. Um, the foot widens, but your heels get smaller. It's almost like you have a baby heel coming out, and it's or maybe I'm wrong, but it's but because I was looking at pictures of like when I first started, and my foot was small and I had a higher heel, but I know
Uh-huh.
that was heel. I know that was
False heel.
false heel,
Mm-hmm.
sidewall, right?
Yeah.
So, and when I look at the back of the picture, my hairline was like a V.
Ah,
So,
yeah. That's a telltale one, huh?
yeah, so now my hairline is flat and my lateral cartilages have expanded, but my foot is dragging. I mean, the back is low. So is that just part of the natural process that, is something, the whole when you grow one way, you expand another, and you just have
Yeah.
to you go through these growing pains.
Yeah. Absolute. It's crazy. Uh, because everything in that foot is moving. And like, okay, I'll show you an example. Like, okay, we saw, I'm gonna it really is reverse engineering everything, but we never really saw how the whole foot distorted to begin with. You know what I mean? And so, you know how I just showed you on that one foot how as the foot as the cartilage came down and it made false heels, how it curled in the heel
Mm-hmm.
buttress. Well,
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing the same thing happen as I undo the foot on my own horse. People go, well, how long does this take? Well, it takes as long until you get the knowledge so that you can do things right to reverse engineer the whole thing. But what I can tell you is the horse still has it in there. All right. Uh, at least if there's not super damage, they've just been foot bound, and the horse still has it in there to grow that foot, is what I've been seeing. Um, and you can have parts of the foot that lay dormant for years. Like when when the heels contract or do their thing to make false heel, well, then the sole in the real heel gets covered over. And so it hasn't grown for years. But when you restore the foot, and like in my horse, his heels got hollow because the heels were opening up and uncurling, and it was uncurling over that sole that hadn't grown for years. But eventually it all filled in and regrew, and his foot expanded and got, instead of just trimming the heels down to get more surface area. All right. Instead, you restore the heels and uncurl them and give them the real surface area they're supposed to have. Um, so I'll show you this picture. Just a minute here. Got to figure out where it's at. Hold on. Let's see. Pictures. Keep talking to yourself, Linda, so you don't get all spaced. Because this is difficult. In case this is difficult explaining all this stuff. Okay. Uh, and so your brain like kind of goes, eh. Let's see here. Okay. Uh, get up there to where Valor is. Valor. October. There we go. Okay, so going to show you this. Maybe. Let's see. Looking, might take me a second. Well, let's just look at this. Okay. Share. Sure. Okay, there we go. Okay, so his foot has widened up considerably. Now, one of the things that happens too is you get different shapes that come about. Now I lost my picture. Just a minute. Okay, here I am. Just a minute. Okay.
We can see it.
Okay. So you get different shapes even in the frog. All right. What happens is when these bulbs curl in like this, the frog can do different things. One thing it'll do, it can go really wide, and the trimmed out heel will follow the shape of the foot and go wide, and it'll pull the frog legs here out wide. Or else it'll just push forward like that, and it will, let me get it annotate here. And it will do this number where when it pushes forward, this bulb here, right here, that's right here. Well, gosh, just a minute. Just a second. Okay, so this bulb that's right here, right now, this bulb here can wind up clear up in here. Like this. And then this heel that's right here can wind up clear here. And this frog that's right here can wind up clear up here. That's quite a distortion of an inner foot. You know what I mean? So what happens then? Now you've got this is all connected in one unit. You know, you've got your frog corium here. That goes like, now this is pretty good here, like so, but it's like this. Frog corium. All right. So what it can do is it will literally, instead of being shaped like this, it'll be shaped like this.
Mm-hmm.
See there? It'll push it out like that. Well, then you don't know, because you know your frog grows on it, and you may think you just have this great big nice wide frog like so. And I can show you this where you can literally see that this is what happened to my frog. So then when you're correcting it and all this, and the heel buttresses where right now they're here, we're clear up here. But you don't know it because it's all disguised. See, I'll show you a picture of what it looks like when it's disguised. But what I want you to see here is how I trimmed down this frog because I'm wanting these bulbs to widen out. And I'm wanting these heels to widen out more and uncurl more. Okay, because what happens is this whole frog gets shoved clear up into here, and so you're going to see it go back in stages and pull back and up behind the foot where it belongs. I'm going to show you where it belongs. I'm going to show you a picture here real quick. See, this is the thing too, that for years we didn't know exactly where this frog belonged. So let's look at something here. Just a second. Where is the frog? Where is that picture I want to look at? This one right here. So share. This is the rear of the foot of the horse in Cyprus. Okay. Now, if somebody was to look at this foot and not be able to, and they're used to seeing short heels. Let me get annotate again. Okay, they're used to seeing short heels. Okay, so here's the frog and here's the heel. You see that? How the frog looks level with the heel? And so you would think that this horse had a low heel, but he doesn't have a low heel. This horse's heels are clear up to here. There's where its hoof capsule starts. And here is his bulb, clear up here. There's the bulb. I'm going to do it in different colors. Just a minute. Okay, so we're going to draw in the heel first. Here's the bar. Here's the heel point. It goes down. Now there's frog skin connected to it, but it goes clear down to here. That's how high, that's how much heel buttress this guy's got. Right here. And then the periopal band is right here. Periopal band in the bulb is right here. And then the frog is right here. Right there. So this frog here is high up in the foot, like so. That's the frog. That's how thick this horse's frog is. And so if a barefoot trimmer did come along, like me, and I used to be, okay, I would look at that and I would say, well, I don't need to take the heels down much because look, they're level with the frog, right? But let's say the horse went through, and we know that this horse's foot was just perfect, self-trimming. And so what this does is this deceives people into thinking that this horse has low heels when in reality he's got very high heel buttress where this coronary band is in a specific spot. You said that your horse's coronary band dipped down, right? Okay, well look at this guy. It's just level right across the top of the back of his foot here. See? But when the heels get trimmed out, incorrectly trimmed lower, and it forces this foot down, well, it pushes this frog down and underneath the foot. And it winds up stripping the frog out of the foot, but also taking all the frog corium and shoving it way forward under the foot. And that's when the frog winds up being, instead of clear up in here in the back of the foot and between the heels. See, you need this heel buttress to support the back of the foot so you can grow a frog like this. See, because what does that do? That, I mean, if you look back here, that horse was really full back here. And that gal said he had a real firm, nice digital cushion back there. And so when the pastern descends onto this, it's descending onto that much frog. And that much frog, it starts to push it down. That frog is offering resistance back up. This is not a frog that's being constantly pummeled on the ground. Okay? Not only constantly pummeled on the ground, because look, the heels are a little bit higher here than the frog. That's all it needs. Because what does this do? As it pushes down, it pushes out. It pushes the heels out. And that's what keeps the heels widened up. The frogs stay clear up in here, but then the action, boom, boom, up constant, like this, constant pushing out like this, pushing down and pushing out. Now, why was I doing this? God, I hate that. Anyway,
You
we
were
need,
on a great roll today.
I guess so. So I guess Well, okay, I wanted to show you this anyway because we need to understand the back of this foot and what it's supposed to really be like and what we're aiming at. And so I was showing you my foot and where I'm headed, okay? Because I trimmed out the heels and pulled all that down and forward and under. And then it was only last year that I came to understand this was the true anatomy of the frog. That the frog isn't this number here. That's not the frog. That's what we all see, and it looks kind of funky like this,
I bet that would just fall off eventually. That's probably dead and going to peel
Yeah.
off anyway.
Well, it would, but um you mean the whole frog? Are you talking about this
No,
whole
just the
frog?
top,
Just
just
the
that little
top,
top
yeah.
layer.
Yeah. Okay. But when we look at the frog, we're just seeing this here, this much of it. Okay. What happens is this part of the frog here, that's up here of the frog corium, gets pulled under the foot down to here. It is no longer up between the bulbs, high up in the back of the foot where it should be. It is pulled down, totally pulled down under the foot. And so then it grows there. And so then you got to, first of all, you have to grow in, heal, enlarge the capsule, controlled growth to restore the back of the foot, the size of the capsule. And at the whole time, the anatomy is moving too. The internal heel and foot is moving back up. At the same time, I was always trimming frogs, but never enough because you have to trim. If this frog is stuck clear up in here, you have to trim it enough so that as these are pulling up, that it can pull the frog corium up with it. And been experimenting with that for a long time about how to trim the frog, when to trim the frog. I've seen these frogs move in the most amazing way because the whole internal foot has been contorted and distorted and pushed forward and under the foot. So the frog corium is shoved way forward under the foot. And then when it grows the frog, it sticks it right there. So you might be restoring heels and you're just having good luck with that. But your frog, this part of the foot here, this part of the Rubik's Cube is still stuck under here. See? You may have, uh, what do we got? We got red. The red, the Rubik's Cube. The yellow, you may have got this part of the Rubik's Cube good, but this part of the Rubik's Cube, you know, the green part is still clear over here, you know. And so when you trim the frog, it starts moving back and it starts being pulled up like this. So what I'm waiting for is my frog to come completely back, be high up in the back of the foot, and then grow with the heels. See, and I have watched it continually move back, move back, move back. And it's really amazing to watch. So just that fact that you could restore heels and be doing pretty good, but you never get that frog right, it's going to retard your progress. And you're going to find yourself, you keep going back because see, the frog corium has to be completely restored to its rightful place, and then you let it grow frog, and then you let it get established where it's at, and it will bind and hold the foot in the correct position. See? So again, like a Rubik's Cube here. And so we don't see very many correct feet with the frog in the right part of the foot. Now, I'm going to show you, I'm going to show you another set of feet. See, now, Xenophon said, when choosing a warhorse, look to the feet that they are high in front and high behind, with the frog high up off the ground. Not a high up off the ground, high up in the foot. What did he mean? He meant that instead of this part of the frog being clear down here, all right, where the horse is walking on his bulbs, he meant this, that the frog is high up in the foot, like this, in the back of the foot. And so there's there's a bunch of false versions of this that we're not recognizing. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm going to find another example of this for us. Just a minute here. Well, let me go to my foot again here first. Share. So this is like 10:27 and this is like 11:4. And even on this, the frog apex had moved back. See, that's another thing. You have to make sure that you trim these frog apexes back, because just that's going to hold your whole frog clear under the foot. See, because that growth on that capsule in that spot is connected to your frog corium that's been shoved clear under the foot. And so you have to lighten it up enough. You got to understand that everything is pulling on this foot to pull that frog back. As you have restored the heels and the cartilages and everything else, everything in here is wanting to pull that frog back. And so, so it rained here for a while and it was nice and muddy and stuff like that. So I took that as an opportunity to trim my frog down. And in the process, within a short period of time, you see how it moved back. Now, the apex was here, as you can see, right there. And it's already moved back probably to here. And what happened when it moved back? Do you see how the bulbs are kind of bent in here like that? You see how the foot widened up and how the bulbs moved out more like this? And this part of the frog got longer and pulled back. Why is that? Because we're taking this part of the frog all the way back, so then it can eventually grow up here between the heels like that. And you will see it in the whole back of the foot right here. Now, what happened, what was interesting, was yes, the frog moved back, and he was not sore-footed or anything like that. He's got an inch of sole in his heels right here that used to be hollow. Well, they were actually full when they were false heels. And then when I started trimming them down and the foot started expanding and the heel opened up here, it was totally hollow because nothing had grown in there for years. I documented every bit of it. So what I found interesting is that during this whole process, I have had to deal with these curled in heels. And originally, the heel buttresses here were curled in clear into here, into the frog. And you didn't even notice it because it didn't look like it until you really started trimming the bars back. And then it all started, and the frog, and then it started revealing what was really there. And so Um, so this whole frog, because the bulbs were able to pull that frog corium underneath back, because it's all under pressure anyway. See, that's the whole thing. The whole foot is under pressure to want to go back to where it's supposed to. Just as if you press your nose over the side of your face, what does your nose want to do? It wants to go back to where it's supposed to be anatomically. So this foot and everything in the horse's leg and body and everything is trying to pull this foot internally back where it's supposed to be. And so then if you can lighten up on your frog and your bars and different things enough at the right time, okay? Like this is not just willy-nilly, anything goes anytime. All right. Like I don't trim periopal like what we had somebody make a video, oh, trim periopal like this. Nope. No, don't do that. That video is no longer available. Because the periopal is holding the foot together. And so the periopal and the frog is holding the foot together. So a lot of times you want to grow in heel and expand the capsule before you start doing a lot of release, maybe on this area here. Because your capsule is small, you're trying to enlarge the capsule and allow the foot to expand as the capsule grows larger from the back here. And so this whole frog moved back and the bulbs widened out and the heels widened out too. But this other thing happened. Let me see here. Let me annotate again. Okay, so this heel is curled in there. Kind of, there's your bar. They're still kind of curled in. But when the frog moved back, the heel curled in more. Look at how it is right there. Look at what it did over here. Now, this is definitely reverse engineering. And what you find is the same thing goes on in the reverse engineering process when the foot is getting bigger. So you see how it is over here. Look how when that frog pulled back, well, just the mechanics of the capsule and everything like that, it pulled the heel in right here. So my next move after this is really established and stuff like that is I will go through another process of taking these bars down so that these heels can unwrap like this. See that? Like so. So it's anyway, it's reverse engineering itself. And here's the interesting thing. I'll show you another picture. Well, you will see my frog that was curled around like this from being pushed forward is now straight. My frog is straight. It's the frog lips, as I call them, right here are now straight, like this. Instead of like when this pushed forward, then it took all this and curled them around like so. See? So that was really cool because here's the thing. It was I could look on my Facebook page, but I drew a thing about what I was seeing in these frogs. And I saw, and this has been at least maybe 2 years ago, I saw where these frogs were distorted because I looked at the inner foot so much at a good inner foot that wasn't distorted and the frog lips of the frog corium. And I started noticing that I could see an outline of how my frog corium was curled. I'm gonna show you that. And so here's what I found happen is that as I would study the anatomy and start to see bits and pieces here and there, that I would see where it was deformed, and then I would think of a way to undeform it, and then I knew that if I did the right thing and it was true, then I would see it in the foot. See, it's like you're reading the foot and you go, well, because it's all observing mechanical structural principles. If I push here, it's going to push on something there and it's going to make it go this way. See? So let me show you this. Now, Maria, I would, if you get a chance, I would love to see your horse's, the pictures of your horse's feet, and
Oh,
maybe I can see something that'll help you.
that would be great. I've tried to email you, but I'm not sure if I have, or not email you, message you, but I'm not sure if it's the right one
It's
because I know you
probably
have some
not.
Facebook.
I changed my profile paper deal. I got rid of my other whatever. I got a new one because I just had too much stuff on there that was not a blessing. And so I decided, nope, nothing but feet, nothing but hooves,
Okay,
nothing, and stuff. And so what it is I'll send you a friend request,
great.
okay? And then you can send me a message and send me some pictures in Messenger, okay?
That
Okay.
that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. So let me go to Facebook here and go to my page and show you. Um, okay, let's see here. Well, photos, see all photos. Okay, let me share. Where are those pictures? I've been seeing them every day and now I can't see them. Hmm. So I would see these pictures all the time that I had made up here not that long ago. Um, and now I can't see them. Hmm. So, well, let's just look at this while we're here. Look, it's just a shell. It's way more movable than what people think. And so this is temporary. This is the shoe that has to fit the foot. And there's the foot that needs to be fit. And so it has to be a specific size. I mean, they can put it up with some hoof distortion. They're built to adapt, but you don't want a foot that's adapting. You want a foot that has a capsule that grows perfectly from it. And if we have the knowledge, I liked what that girl said. Uh, what did she say? Wasn't knowledge. She didn't use the word knowledge. Human intelligence, which has to do with knowledge. If we have the knowledge and we are the boot maker, we are here in place of the natural wear in a perfect location, and we know the foot, then we can give our horse the best feet ever. So yeah, there's the back of the foot. Now look at how there's your heels. Why would you want these on the ground? You know? Yeah. Yep. Why would you want that on the ground? So, all right. We should go through some of those pictures. I've been collecting a lot of good pictures. Okay. Let me think where that might be. Hold on. Maybe it's on this page. I wonder if there's a place. Oh, see all photos. Low system resources may affect the audio.
What does that mean?
Well, it means I got way too many pictures on here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and not enough oomph, you know. So here's an interesting fact. Mr. Valor decided to put his foot through the fence here 2 years ago. And can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And tear
Scary.
his cartilage off. Wasn't that nice of him? And this is on that foot that I've been doing the experiments on. That I mean, I trim all his feet, but I got one I kind of focus on. So look at that crack there, Maria. See it?
Yep.
Okay, so that's a quarter crack, or no, that's a
Oh, that's a
toe
tear.
toe quarter toe
Eh,
quarter crack. A lot
Oh,
of times
wait a
you
sec.
find them here.
So I don't, let me see. Okay, I just had to enlarge it. Yes, I see that now.
So he tore this off, and I have always seen the most horrendous scars take place on these kind of wounds. And so I wrapped it and doctored it and things like that, and it started healing up. Like so. Now, what I didn't know was that the whole heel was cracked off here. Okay, which wound up being a really good thing because what happened was the whole heel moved back. And so this is just showing a progression of healing, interesting looking healing that went on. But what happened was because he had heels and because the heel was lifting his cartilage up where it's supposed to be, the cartilage healed to where if he would not have had heels, if his cartilage would have been forced down like this, it could not have come back up together. You see what I'm saying?
He had a good place to grow from.
Yeah, exactly. A good place to heal from instead of being totally separated and that cartilage being forced ground with a 90-degree hairline. You know? So I think that's all I had of that. Um, oh, well, see how it healed? That's pretty darn good. You know, it still works. I'm all happy. Okay. Yeah, I got a whole deal of it healing there. Yeah, look at that's what it looked like from behind. But guess what? The whole heel moved back. That's the best heel he's got now, and it was the worst. So that was interesting. You know, and that was from the the capsule cracking. See? That looked pretty darn good. Oh, very happy. Anyway, yeah, I got a whole deal of growth going here. So I was just looking to see. I can't understand why I can't find. Okay, then here's the foot I was showing you before. This is where your foot should be up here. These bulbs should not be on the ground down here. See, this is that foot I showed you that has a pretty good frog. The heels could have been higher. It was still being pulled. The only reason this horse escaped being over trimmed was he had a pretty good sized thick frog. If his frog would have shed, then they would have trimmed his heels down to here and he would not had a good foot. And this horse was so foundered and distorted in the front feet, which was why this horse got put down. But his back feet were great, but his front feet were totally laminitis terrible, laminar wedge, rotation, you name it, because
Right.
they kept trimming the heels down. kept forcing them down, forcing them down, forcing them down, forcing them down. And in my opinion, that's what caused it. So this was a really good foot. But if you look at here, that's why it has these, the hairline's still too low. Should have been up here. And then it wouldn't have had these rings. And you wouldn't see this brown either. This is from inflammation of blood because it's being forced down and it's wanting to pull up. But it was still a really great foot. I mean, it had the most greatest frog stay. See? Where is that thing? Oh, well, look at that. How great is that? So you can imagine if a horse had that between here and his pastern is coming down here and that digital cushion is pressing on that, how far do you think that's going to go? Not far, right? It's going to press down, but yeah, that's not going to collapse. That is meant to be to give suspension and buoyancy and push back up. Yeah, that was the most amazing frog stay I have ever seen. And, you know, look at that thing. Holy Hannah. See, I'm pretty sure that's the way they all should be. Just like that. Look, that'll keep your heels from contracting, huh? And then look at the heel points, how they point that way. What happens when the heels are trimmed low, these will curl in towards the frog.
So he had a full foot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's just too bad that he was totally destroyed in front, but that was from the way, you know, I hate to say it, but uh I wouldn't be surprised. I'm thankful I didn't trim a lot of horses because I'm sure I'd have killed some, you know. I'm sure I would have set them into some sort of mechanical bad thing from some of the trimming techniques that I did. As it was, my horses narrowly escaped, and my pony didn't escape the consequences of the whole thing. So I know I'm hoping. Oh, here you go. Frog lips, people. That's your frog lips right there. Okay. Gosh, I don't even realize how much I put on here. You know, I look at it now and I go, whoa, my goodness, this is like kind of massive, you know? So here's what I'm talking about. When all that anatomy back here, when the heels get trimmed out and the cartilage gets pulled down and the frog gets shoved forward and the digital cushion gets forward and shoved into the coffin joint, this is what happens. So if the dorsal wall does not hold, what do you got? Mechanical laminitis. Not that every laminitis is mechanical. Well, I was really hoping I would find those pictures. Holy Hannah. Okay. Now I'm looking at really old dissections. I didn't know I had these pictures in here. Look at this. This is pretty cool. There's your lateral cartilage right there. What it looks like. That's like a really pristine one. There's your digital cushion. Look how fatty it is. Okay. So there's your cartilages, and that's totally connected on the inside of that, and you see how they curve, right? Consequently, trim them down, they're prone to curl in like this. And of course, what's connected to that down here? It's your heel. Now, here, this is on my mare Molly. Okay, look at her frog stay. Look at how her heel buttress curls in, pointing towards the frog. See, from me trimming the heels out forever. There we go. Made this a long time ago. American Horror Story. What were you thinking? Okay, so I want to share something. I'm not going to go on with this part because this is something I wanted to share with you. How is it that an image like that can be so put in one's head that they cannot see the truth right in front of them? Okay, look at this here. Okay, this is the foot. This is a wild horse foot that Cheryl Henderson gave Pete Ramey. Now Cheryl Henderson studied Gene Ovanek. She also studied Jesse Jackson and Hildred Strasser, and then she come up with her own way. And but this image that has been put in our heads is, just a minute, let me draw it up here. Hold on. Take me a second. Want to get a good one. Hold on. The image put in our head. I should have gone a different direction. I should have gone a different direction to find that image. Ah, oh, that's not it. Well, let's just do this. Share. Okay, right here. This right here is the image that was put in my head. 30-degree hairline, steep dorsal wall. This is what I was trying to get on my horse, even though this image was right in front of my face at the same time. And what this shows over here is what will happen. It's kind of blurry, I know. It shows what will happen to this foot if you choose to try and force it to be this foot. Now, in the wild, this happened gradually to this horse, and so her foot held together. But in domestication, their feet aren't necessarily going to hold together like hers did. And then again, she died in a roundup. Okay? And she was old. I can tell by looking at the actual leg that he left on the horse in his book and the pictures in the first 1992 deal. You go, man, this horse was ancient. Okay? And so you see here an outline of how people try and put this on their horse when their foot is like this. So you are deforming and crushing the whole back of the foot to try and force this on a horse. And sometimes the capsule will hold together and let you, and a lot of times it's not going to hold together and let you. So then what happens when that capsule starts coming off and the foot starts coming out of the capsule and the lamina starts detaching? And look, this is the image. Now, I never read his book and I never saw this image here. I only saw this one. But people like Pete Ramey saw this image. People like David Landerville saw this image, and this image was put in their head. So that if they did see a foot that looked like this, they don't see it. See, I didn't see it. This foot and some other feet were right in front of my face and I didn't see them. I just saw this foot here. Why is that? See, why, how could this foot get so implanted into my head? So I did this deal. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, I asked how. Okay, it come right up. Now, do you see what I'm seeing? Are you seeing the page that I'm seeing? There. Let me
The
see.
Pete Ramey foot and the little
Nope.
triangle hooves.
Here. Nope. This one right here. I asked, because it's still in my address bar, how is it psychologically that it is what you are first taught in how to see something, even if it's not true, that then you cannot see the truth if it is right in front of your face after that? Why is that? Are you understanding the question I'm saying here? How is it? Go
That you're
ahead.
imprinted? I don't,
I guess
is that
so.
an imprinting?
Never thought about you that word. That's a good one. Wow. So I asked it, how is it psychologically? Because see, it was a shock to me to find this thing here. Okay? I was shocked to find that on the front of there because I've been saying for several years, yeah, we're all taught to trim the foot after one dead wild horse wore its heels out. And so I've been saying that. And so when I found that, I was shocked because I did not remember putting that on that in that binder. So, I mean, I was shocked. So I'm thinking, because I looked at these other feet of Pete Ramey's and other feet with heels, and I'm like, you know, I was seeing them. They were right there. Yet on my horse, I kept trying to put that foot. That foot. Let's see. Right here. Just so you know. See it? See that foot? Kept trying to put that foot for 7 years, even though that other foot was right in front of my face and I'd used it as an example and everything like that. Okay. And it wasn't until one day that I was detailing in detail every bit of the hoof capsule that I got to the back and I went, okay, what part of the hoof capsule is this? The heel buttress. And my eyes just went boing and were opened. And I realized that I've been led to trim the heels down in an incorrect way. Because and it isn't because somebody did it on purpose with malicious intent. It is because people misread what they look at when they don't know the truth. You're trying to find the answers, you're trying to find the interpretation, but maybe you make a wrong determination. See? So, okay, so and it could be because of other biases. See? So, let me go back to here. So this is super interesting, folks, what we're dealing with here in ourselves, in other people. Okay? So I'm going to say it again. So, okay, let's ask. These are the results. Okay, let me enlarge that a little bit there because this is super interesting and it might do you good to realize this in other areas. Because anywhere that you do not know the truth, you are going to suffer a consequence of some kind, no matter what it is. Some more than others. So here it is. Here's my question. All asked because of what I realized happened to me. And so, how is it psychologically that it is what you are first taught in how to see something, even if it is not true, that when you can't see, then I think it was then you can't see the truth if it is right in front of your face after that. Here we go. AI overview. The phenomena, this is phenomena, how about that, is rooted in how the brain processes information, creating a perceived reality based on the first teachings, expectations, and shortcuts. It occurs due to psychological principles like confirmation bias, where you look for evidence that confirms your existing beliefs, and cognitive biases that make you interpret new information through the lens of what you've already been taught or what you already think. Like, say you see something, you come up with a bright idea, it's this way, but you've already told yourself that and you think it's this way, and now you're going to look for evidence to prove it's that way. So it says where you look for evidence that confirms your existing beliefs and cognitive biases that make you interpret new information through the lens of what you have already been taught or already think. I mean, because it could be something somebody taught you, or it could be something that you just dreamed up on your own, a good idea, often leading to inattentional blindness, where you don't see what is right in front of you. Oh, isn't this just wonderful? Now, how your brain creates perception. Perception is a construction. Your brain doesn't just passively receive reality, it actively constructs your perception of the world using sensory input and past experiences. So in other words, you might be subject on a constant basis to a lack of information that it'd be like, it's called the lie of omission. Like, you could put a bunch of stuff together to say this is the way it is, but you've omitted something. All right. So if there's something, if you make a determination on something, but you don't know another fact, okay, you could make a wrong interpretation, see it wrong. Therefore, you've lied to yourself. You're believing a lie, but you don't know it. You think it's the truth. So expectation and desire, what you expect to see or what you desire, can unconsciously bend your perception of reality. Filling in the gaps. Your brain fills in the gaps in your perception using your memories and past experiences to create a coherent story of what you're seeing, even if it's not entirely accurate. That's why, this is why that people can't see what's going on once they've been taught what they think is the truth. Confirmation bias, why you might not see the truth. This is a tendency to search for, interpret, favor, and recall information in a way that confirms your pre-existing belief or hypothesis. Inattentional blindness, also unintentional. It's not that you're doing it on purpose, it's this way our heads work. When your attention is focused on a specific task or expectation, you may miss other unexpected or obvious things, even if they are right in front of you. It's exactly what happened to me. It's exactly what's happening to everybody else. For example, you might not see a hidden object in an optical illusion, because you are looking for something else. Frequency bias. After learning about a new concept, you may start noticing it everywhere, which reinforces your belief that it is more common than it actually is. Now, I seen this from following David Landerville for a long time, and I'm not saying this now to condemn him in any way, shape, or form. Okay, but he read Pete Ramey's book, and Pete Ramey followed Jamie Jackson. And so Pete Ramey said, burn that foot of Jamie Jackson's into your brain. And David Landerville said that he did that. And he said, oh God, now I forgot what I was going to say. Okay, well, if I've got collected lots of information on all of this stuff, and so I've collected lots of information about him and his trim and how he thinks and things like that. And I'm not kidding you, he sees that foot in everything. He's got a picture of a rock in a river that looks just like Jamie Jackson's One Dead Wild Horse foot. He carves it in the sand. He carves it out of mesquite. See, this image has been put into his brain. You know, I wish that guy is so talented. I wish the correct image would have been put in his brain because we wouldn't be here. He'd have figured it out. See?
I I have a question, and maybe this is a wrong thing, but doesn't he have an addiction issue or had an addiction issue,
A
Vanderbilt?
what? Who? What?
Addiction.
Addiction?
Yes. So
I've
maybe,
never, no, I've never heard anything like that.
oh, okay. I think
Okay. But it wouldn't matter
meaning that he
because
would obsess over this one image that it's put into his brain, and he became not addicted to the image, but that's how his brain is working.
yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, and that's just what it's saying here. And this is what happened to me as well. Okay. Uh, I'm not condemning him at all. Okay. I'm just speaking the truth that he says in his writings that he burned that image into his brain and he forms it out of everything. He carves it out of mesquite. Every time he goes to a clinic, he gets in the arena dirt and he forms the sole of that foot in the arena dirt. He forms it in the sand. If he sees a picture of a rock, he'll take a picture of it. So see, that image was burned into his brain. It was also burned into my brain and I didn't even know it. I've just shown you a picture of my horse's foot that I tried to put on him for 7 years. So, so I'm not condemning him. I am also, I mean, there was a time, okay, I wasn't real happy with him, not real happy with a lot of people, but I did not understand this. See? And then I had to really look at myself as well and say, man, you're doing the same thing. We're all doing the same thing. Why is that? Because of a mistake that someone made in the foot of the horse doing this very exact process here. And I have it like all documented exactly how it happened. So, okay, frequency bias. After learning a new concept, you may start noticing it everywhere, which reinforces your belief that it is more common than it actually is. Uh, Perception is not set in stone. While early teachings can create a strong initial perception, your perception can change over time as you have new experiences. Um, so, you know, what got me out of that was the fact that the horse refused to agree. And I wanted my horse to be well. And no matter how much I thought I was doing right, he kept saying, nope, that's not it. See, so that started me stretching my brain out. So what happens here is you'll start going through cognitive dissonance, and people don't like to do that. Okay. So it says, the difficulty is in recognizing the truth after being initially taught something is false is rooted in several powerful psychological phenomena. The primacy effect, cognitive bias, especially confirmation bias, and cognitive dissonance. I'd never even heard that word before a few years ago. I'm like, huh? But I've been going through it. Perception as interpretation. Fundamentally, our perception is not a direct recording of reality. How about that? But rather an interpretation the brain creates using sensory information, past experiences, and learned assumptions. Early learning experiences play a crucial role in forming these foundational assumptions and perceptual hypotheses, which act as a lens through which all subsequent information is filtered. Key psychological mechanisms. This is what everybody's going through in the hoof care industry. We have been led to believe that something is true that isn't. And so imagine, okay, so this thing you need to know too. So obviously children are really susceptible to this, right? But when you get older, if you get involved in a subject that you know nothing about, and then somebody that claims to be an expert who also thinks they know, like they're not lying to you on purpose, they think they know and they're convinced, and they have all this evidence picked out that confirms what they thought, but what they thought was not correct. And so then you don't know the subject anyway, and so they teach it to you, and then you see it just like they do. And you're an adult. See? So it isn't just children that can be deceived, anybody on any subject. And it can be done unintentionally, or hey, if somebody knew about this, they could even do it on purpose, couldn't they?
But Linda,
Yeah.
the difference between you and Landerville is if when a horse isn't working out for him, he says, he just moves on. He's
Mm-hmm.
not going to question it. If something's not working for you, you question it. You will allow yourself to be wrong. You want the truth. You are open to thinking where he's like narrowed down that everything has to fit his mold.
Mm-hmm.
And you are in a quest for learning and the truth and to expand our knowledge and to question what we see. And you start questioning some of these guys and it's not going to go over well.
Yeah, it doesn't. But the thing was, with me, I just wanted to fix my horse. That's
Yeah.
all. That's all. And that still goes back to that main goal. That's all I wanted. But I have this OCD thing with the truth as well. Okay, when things aren't adding up, all right, I'm like a pit bull. I just don't give up till I find out what the heck is going on. I don't like contradictions. And the fact that I was raised around wild horses, I saw, and also I knew people that had ranch horses, they never shod out there in the red desert in Wyoming. So I knew the concept was true. So then when it didn't work out, and here I've got my horse, I got to fix him, and I mean, all this stuff. Well, that drove me to be able to start letting go of some ideas and start thinking in different ways, you know. So so and plus I never charged anybody, or I never wrote a book, and I never did a bunch of clinics, because here's the thing that's I know that this stuff that, and it's nobody's fault. We need to go back to 1754 and Philip Laplace. Okay, or not Philip, that was a son. Guillen. Okay, uh, there's where the main blame lies. All right. So all these other people all along the way, including Jamie Jackson, have been misled through one thing or the other. And so I don't blame any of them because it could happen to anybody. Okay, but we lost the truth clear back in 1754 due to what was going on then. So now we're just going to have to uh, recover it and look for ways to be able to reach people that is not condemnatory or blaming or anything like that. But you have to realize too that once people learn the truth, especially someone who has been in this their whole life and doing it wrong, they're going to look back and they're going to look at different horses that they affected in a very bad way. And it's going to be very difficult. It'd be like doctors that didn't wash their hands and wound up killing, women and their babies. You wouldn't want to look at that and go, I killed that person's horse, by what I was taught. So see what you're up against, and then when you have written a book and you've charged people money and you've taught them to kill their own horse, how's that going to go over? People will fight this to the bitter end till they pass away. So, I guess you just have to reach a new generation or something. I don't know. Okay. Confirmation bias. Oh, where are we at? Perpetual set and learned assumptions. The initial instruction creates a perpetual set, a predisposition to perceive things. Look at this. This is tough, man. A predisposition to perceive things in a certain way. The brain uses these learned assumptions as shortcuts to quickly interpret the world. It's a survival thing, too. When presented with the truth, it clashes with these established shortcuts. How many of us how have you ever been confronted with something that you didn't think was true and found out later it was? Or just how about the fact when you talk to other people about hooves and stuff, how you just see this deer in the headlight look come up, or even uh, resentment or almost, you know, aggression, or just they don't want to hear it. Confirmation bias. The bias leads individuals to actively seek, interpret, and remember information that confirms the pre-existing beliefs or initial learning. The truth, if it contradicts what was initially taught, is likely to be ignored, downplayed, or misinterpreted to fit the established narrative. Here we go. Here's a biggie. Cognitive dissonance. When a person encounters evidence that directly contradicts a deeply held belief, especially one learned early on, it creates a state of psychological discomfort or dissonance. So we could call it that. Oh, they're having psychological discomfort. Thank you for giving me the definition of that word. All right. To reduce this discomfort, the individual is more likely to rationalize or get resentful or fight you or slander you or God knows what they're going to do. The initial false belief discredit the new true information or avoid the conflict altogether rather than change their core understanding. All right, neural pathways. Early experiences shape the brain's architecture, forming a foundation for all future learning. Strongly established neural connections related to the initial perception can make it literally easier and faster for the brain to process information in that established way, making it harder to forge and use new pathways for a contradictory truth. Lack of metacognition. In some cases, individuals lack self-awareness. I'm sorry, but some of this is kind of funny, to objectively evaluate their own competence or the accuracy of their beliefs. This is all of us at one time or another. This can lead to overconfidence in their initial potentially false understanding and an inability to recognize their own blind spots. In essence, the brain is efficient and prefers consistency. Changing a foundational belief requires significant cognitive effort to overcome. These ingrained biases and assumptions, making the truth difficult to see even when overtly present. Okay, so there you have it. There you have what's going on. Now you know what's going on in the hoof care world, right? How hard is that?
Is it tact derangement, Cindy?
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. That's funny. Yeah, but I mean, this is a terrible thing, you know. This is what we're facing, but doesn't matter what they do, the horse is not going to lie for them. See, the horse is not going to lie for you. He didn't lie for me. Okay, and you see what happens when the horse doesn't lie? Then they come up with other ways to blame it on something else. See, oh, it's diet. Oh, it's genetics. Oh, it's, yeah, whatever, all that stuff. Nobody's doing it on purpose, though people could do it on purpose. Do you understand that? Somebody who has a highly vested interest, if they see the truth, then they could go about to try and cover it up. So I don't think anybody's doing that. I think they're just in this state. Well, first of all, they haven't really been even confronted with the truth. You know what I mean? Uh, so they're just out there, everybody's out there doing their own thing, and this is the way they're seeing it. And my God, you can imagine these men, these wonderful men, farriers, who work so hard and really do care, okay, and yet they just come to a place where they don't know what they can do for that horse, but they how do you say, well, lady, I don't know, you know because first of all, men, and a lot of people, not just men, but men base their identity and who they are many times on their profession. See? So this becomes really difficult in people who have done this their whole life. You know what I mean? We have a great guy in the group, David, who is a farrier who just flipped around. He's a great guy. He done it that other way, and man, he saw the truth and he just boom, flipped around. So anyway, okay, that's all. We'll see you next week. Okay, I gotta go unwind now.
That was a lot. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, and thank you. And
Take
hey,
care. Thank you.
I'm going to send you a friend request, okay? And then you
That
can
would be
send me
great.
some pictures. And then if you're here next week, well, I'll go over them anyway. But if you're here next
Okay.
week, if you want to share them, we can go through them.
Yeah,
And if you don't want to share them, then you and me would just go through them.
okay. I work usually on Tuesdays. That's why I don't get to attend very many
Okay.
hoof chats.
Well, I'm
But
so glad you were here today.
yeah, me too. Happy
Yeah,
Veterans
it's
Day to all
awesome.
the veterans. Yeah. Well, that was the great chat, and I look forward to your friend request, your offer.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, hey, I'm glad to make connection with you again, Maria.
Yeah. Yeah, you've always been so helpful. Thank you.
Hey, you're sure welcome. Hey, and I'm so glad that you've been able to help some horses. That's really great to hear.
Yeah, I wish I could help
And
my
hey,
horses.
I know how you feel because see, I went through this deal where I was trimming other people's horses and they were doing better than mine, but this was when I was still barefoot trimming, and the whole thing was I didn't have them at my beck and call. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I got an idea. And they go out and I was a serial trimmer, you know, and so that was my problem. I was
Yeah,
over trimming, you know, and that's why the other horses did better because I touched them less. So, but that was before I knew what I knew
that
now.
might be mine.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
we're fixers. We want to
and
fix them. We
I,
want to
I just
help
want
them.
to thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, dear, and thank you for sharing. That was
Yeah,
great.
but thanks, thanks for praying for my knee. I'm the ding dong that set her horse's hoof on her knee, and it pushed
Yes,
off, and it broke
yes.
fractured a couple of bones, and
Oh,
tore my
yes,
ligament.
yes. I remember now.
But so I'm getting along pretty darn good. So
Good,
I'm appreciative for all the ammo I can get.
good, good. I'm glad to hear that. Well, that's awesome. Well, good. And again, I'm glad to make your acquaintance again. And I will send you a friend request right away. Wow, folks.
Thank you, Linda.
So,
Take care.
oh, you're welcome, dear. Bye bye. So, okay, we've made it. What is it? 5 o'clock, 11:30. How long is that? 5.5 hours? Who'd have thought, right? Who'd have thought who'd have thought I could talk that long? Okay. All right. Well, I'd like to say, God bless everybody. Have a great week and happy trimming and have a wonderful cognitive dissonant week.
Thank you. You too. Happy Veterans Day.
I need to talk to you because I talked to Niles.
Oh, I am all ears.
Okay. But I'm not going to talk about it on here.
Of course, I
Okay.
understand.
Now,
When you're ready, you'll reach out,
but get this, another interesting thing that happened
please.
was I talked to somebody that was an interpreter for a clinic for Jamie Jackson over in Europe.
Oh,
How funny is that? That's hilarious.
Carrie. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm all ears. Okay, when you're
Okay.
ready to share, you reach out, and
Okay,
I'm
I will. Okay,
happy to
well,
hear that.
I'd like to say goodbye to Jasoda. Hello, Jasoda. And to Roberta. And I feel like that lady on Romper Room. And to Linda. And to
Miss
Tiffany.
Molly. Thank you, Miss Linda.
Hey, you're welcome. Hey, everybody. We'll see you next week or this week or something. God bless everybody. Bye bye. And I got to
Bye.
get out of here. I sound like Alice Cooper. Got to get out of here. Let us see. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. This is going to be a good hoof chat. I'm kind of watching it on here. All right. So, how do I get out of here? Okay. Stop share. Stop share.